a peaceful people, struggling we struggle, and we no look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. No, we ain't giving up no mountain, and we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belong to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass. This land is our land now, we're gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow, but never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we are moving from here, make no mistake. No, we ain't giving up no mountain, and we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belong to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupanuni and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we mean to keep it. We have that right. No, we ain't giving up no mountain, and we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belong to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass, not one golden apple, not one jamun. We are a peaceful people, struggling we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. No, we ain't giving up no mountain, and we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belong to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass. This land is our land now, we're gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow, but never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we are moving from here, make no mistake. No, we ain't giving up no mountain, and we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belong to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass.
All right, good morning. Welcome to our morning show, really. It's 19 minutes after 10 o'clock. I know you guys have been blanked out, so to speak, in a sense, information standpoint. You're not hearing anything from those individuals who are in office, and this is sad that I know lots of folks in Guyana, especially, and those who are outside of Guyana. You want to be able to get some sort of information. You're not getting any information. They shut you guys out completely. And so I just thought to, whatever little information that I have, to share it with you, and to share that with you so that at least you guys have some sort of understanding what's going on It might not be 100%. And, I just want us to have that conversation this morning. First, to begin with, they have not located the helicopter. They have not located at least not as yet. There's a seventh person here, and I hope our operator would uh, ensure that that person's name is mentioned. Dwayne, we saw someone said Jackson or Dwayne Johnson. Is also on that um, as a crew member. Visibility, we're hearing, was very, 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 not even minimum. It wasn't there at all. And the question again, this is not to be insensitive at all, but people are asking questions, and we sometimes as Guyanese, um, we've got to stop being super sensitive and emotional. And this is not a program where I'm lecturing folks because I sometimes can get a little emotional and so forth. We're human beings, but we're trying to fix this puzzle. And this is not, again, trying or hoping for anything bad. We want these men to be recovered. We want them to be safe. Um, we're hoping that that's the situation. Hoping. Now, I spoke with several pilots, two in Guyana, one outside of Guyana, and one particular pilot brought back and said, this is almost identical to what happened to Kobe Bryant, that National Basketball Association player, that superstar, Kobe Bryant, and crash visibility. Once there's no visibility, and especially in such an area like the jungle, so to speak, in Guyana, forests and mountains and so forth. Might not be huge mountains, but when you're flying low, because if you go higher, obviously it's going to be much more of a disaster. But even when you're going low, and it depends on the speed of which you're flying, the pilot is flying, it can also be a factor because if there's no visibility and then you're caught in that dilemma, you got to make a decision to get out and to find somewhere that you believe based on instinct at that time, because this helicopter is not equipped with not much at all, nothing basically. It's one of those cheap helicopters that they bought about 2 years ago, and they presented the helicopter. Oh, we bought two choppers. This time, based on the procurement and so forth, their friends and their cronies were able to get the deal, and they painted this helicopter and they fixed one and two little screws here and there to make it look as though it is something of perfect health, mechanically, that is. But that's not the case at all. So let's get back to the helicopter now being in that area, piloted by Lieutenant Colonel Michael Charles, with 40 years of experience. 40 years, not 4 days, 4 months, or 4 years, or 44 months, but 40 years of experience. And also very familiar with that area. Now, not because of the years of experience and so forth mean mistakes can be made or wrong judgment or a bad judgment. I'm not saying we're just having a conversation, mind you. Just a conversation we're having. So now let's say that the situation is where they got caught up with really, really bad weather. And regardless of whether Lieutenant Colonel Michael Charles is familiar with the area, bad weather, he will have to find a way based on instinct, because the helicopter basically is a no-no. It wouldn't be able to navigate them through that sort of bad weather. And once the pilot takes the helicopter lower the helicopter and allowing instinct to kick in, not familiarity, instinct, because it's already bad weather. They can't see, they don't know where they're going. And the helicopter technology, it cannot help because it was a Debad helicopter that the Irfan Ali and these guys purchased. It's a Debad helicopter. So once there is no visibility, Michael Charles, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Charles, had to find a way. He and his co-pilot, Lieutenant Andy O'Crawford, they had to find a way as to how, based on instinct, they will get out of that situation. And it could possibly be as a result of that, trying to get out of the situation, trying to get out of that situation, they get caught. And this is just, I'm trying to put the puzzle together. It might not be 100% accurate, mind you, but I'm just trying to put, because nobody's telling you guys anything. Nobody is telling you guys anything. Absolutely no one is coming to you and saying anything to you guys. So they can't get vexed when somebody tries to say something. And this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say something to you. Yeah, of course, low budget helicopter, it's even below low budget helicopter. It's below that. It's way below that. It's not even anything close. It's a Debad helicopter they purchased. So now let's get back to this situation here. Thank you so much, Gwyneth. Appreciate it. Now let's get back to this situation. That they decided, the pilot decided that the helicopter got to go lower. And as they go lower and try to navigate their way out of the situation that they're in, it could be that because in that area, mountains, those small mountains and all these sort of things, and what happens? What happens? We don't want to say what happened because they have mountains there. What happened? I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it here at all. What happened? Just got a quick, what is it? Information from NBC News, and the headline on NBC News says, helicopter carrying 5 senior Guyanese military officials is missing near tense border with Venezuela. Authorities said there was bad weather in the area and stressed there was no indication it may have been hit by hostile fire as tensions escalate between the two countries, Venezuela and Guyana. And so in trying to fix the puzzle, bad weather, really, really bad weather, no visibility, had to fly at a lower altitude. And in doing so, something happened. Something may have happened. And it was since yesterday, earlier yesterday, in that jungle area. Now, these guys are well trained. We would expect that even if, let's say, the helicopter not crashed, but it came down in a very rough manner, and some of these guys were able to make it out and pull some of their colleagues out, there is still this possibility, a remote possibility, if it wasn't going at a fast rate and based on the impact and so forth. Again, I'm just trying to put the puzzle together because nobody's talking to you guys. And yesterday, when this guy was supposed to talk to you, he couldn't do it. He just couldn't do it. He claimed that he was in a bunch of meetings. If I sit in a meeting with somebody who's supposed to be the head of an army and lack real vibrancy in communication and so forth, I might end up being bored and sleepy as well. And so the point is, we couldn't get much out of this guy yesterday, Omar Khan, just like we couldn't get much out of him and what really happened at Lindo Creek and how those miners were murdered. We couldn't get anything much out of him. So I don't know. Now let's skip past that and go back to this here now. So they resumed search this morning, early this morning. There's no word, there's nothing as yet. And as usual, they keep everybody blank. They blank all of you out of the information. All of you out of the information. It's like they don't want you guys to know or hear anything. Nothing. They just don't. Sorry, someone sending me something about Maduro and what Maduro said. To hell with Maduro. Just like I say to those crapos heading the government of Guyana, to hell with them too, because they, just like Maduro doesn't care about the people in Venezuela, these chaps in Guyana don't care about the people themselves. They don't care about the people in Guyana. They just don't care. Now, they resumed search this morning. Not a word. They're not giving you guys an update. You know what they're basically saying to the people of Guyana? To hell with you guys. We don't have to give you guys any update. We don't have to talk to you guys. You guys don't really mean anything to us, regardless of whether you support the PVP or not. That is exactly what the regime is saying to you guys. To hell with you guys. They don't have to report. They're not answerable to you or nothing. And that's it. And we all know the reason why. And I don't need to bore you with this particular piece of information. We know and we can suspect that a deal was struck by Jagdeo and Maduro and Chavez. We can assume that that's the order of the day. That is why Jagdeo panics whenever he's reminded by this.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
Again, Jagdeo obviously has to be reminded. And this is the tape that folks have to share with the international media to remind the media houses in whether it's BBC, whether it's CNN, whether it's CBS or Al Jazeera, that this is what the PPP has done to get us in the mess, to get Guyana in the mess it is in right now with Venezuela. They promised Venezuela a portion to work with Venezuela in Essequibo. Jagdeo promised them that.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
So, you make a slight concession in the maritime area where the matter is contentious. It is before the court now. And thanks, we've got to say thanks to the coalition government for making that smart, that intelligent move to ensure that the matter is before the ICJ, sorry. This is not as a result of the PPP. The PPP for 23 years, they just didn't care. They wine and dine with those Venezuelan officials from Chavez to Maduro and promised them a portion of Essequibo. And now the people are in this mess right now. If you're listening and you are in Essequibo, I don't know if I have twins, children in Essequibo. Not sure if they still own me up or that's another story. But if you're watching now from Essequibo, let us know what is the mood like on the ground. We need to hear what's happening in Essequibo. All the people in Essequibo, we're not going to forget you guys at all. We are with you. We know how you're feeling right now. We just know and we're feeling your pain. You have an installed regime. Irfan and Jagdeo, they do not care about you guys. It's just about politics for them. It's about your vote. And then after you vote for them, they don't give a damn about you. Only their friends and their cronies they're concerned about. They're not concerned about the ordinary rice farmer or rice farmers out there in Essequibo. They're not. And that is why oftentimes rice farmers in Essequibo, they're being robbed by the big farmers who are connected to the PPP. I know a lot of you farmers are going through hell right now in Essequibo, but you're seeing the type of people who are in office that you voted for. Be careful who you vote for, because you might end up in mess upon mess upon mess, and generations to come will still be in the same mess. So you've got to be extra careful. Vote not on the issue of race. vote on policies and leaders who can do not only just for yourself or themselves, but for the entire country. That is what you want. That's the sort of voting that should happen. Um, yep, I see your comment, Helen, saying it's the country of Essequibo, which starts way up the northwest, blah, blah, blah. Helen, Essequibo, all of Essequibo is in Guyana. All of Essequibo is in Guyana. Essequibo belongs to Guyana. Story done. There's no if, ands, or buts about it. And Maduro can talk all he wants to talk. Suddenly he wants to claim Essequibo, but under the coalition, he accepted that they are going to make that final resolution through the ICJ. Now, he's changing his talk because he's in trouble in Essequibo. Maduro is in trouble in Essequibo. And don't be surprised if the people now take to the streets protesting against Maduro. And once the people do that, in Essequibo, you never know what can follow in Guyana, because Guyana has right now bad leadership, corrupt leaders. That is what Guyana has right now. Corrupt leaders. They're no good for you. And so when, say, for example, we're talking right now, they're going to want to say Ben Chap is unpatriotic, Arlene Ruben Benjamin is unpatriotic, Gwinnett is unpatriotic, Victor Ben is unpatriotic, Marlene Larimer is unpatriotic, Neville Setal is unpatriotic, and that's just what they would say. Lerner Melville is unpatriotic, Kelly Abram is unpatriotic, because that for them, the PPP, is they believe that in order to show patriotism, they want people to embrace them. I'm not going to embrace them. I'm not going to embrace Irfan Ali or Jack Deere or anyone in the PPP hierarchy. I'm not going to embrace them. They are the ones who got us in this mess here. They are the ones who are unpatriotic. And they're not going to hoodwink me. And I know they wouldn't be able to do that to thousands of you out there. Not even Joy Lynn. Not even Joy Lynn and her other half, they're able to hoodwink in this entire process. Not even Bibi Khan. Not even Bibi Khan. Now we have a junior Frost Austin. Junior Frost Austin is saying, is one nonsense I hearing. I don't know if Junior Frost Austin is referencing that comment to me, or he's just basically getting involved in the conversation and is surprised that nothing is being done by the corrupt PPP regime. So we'll just wait and wait for another follow-up comment by Junior Frost Austin. All right, so I'm looking at some of your comments before coming up right here, mind you, while we build the audience. Coming up at the top of the hour, we will go straight to Congress Place because they have a press conference. I don't know who's going to be part of that press conference. I don't know what they're going to say, but obviously they'll have to say something about the situation with Venezuela, the situation with the helicopter, the situation about what's really happening there. And I'm glad that they are having a press conference. Finally, they're having a press conference. Political parties don't necessarily have to wait until a particular day to have press conferences. Press conferences can be held depending on the situation. As things happen in the country, you call a press conference. You don't have to wait once a week for a press conference. You don't. When the PPP was in the opposition, they had press conferences almost every single day, press conference upon press conference. Even if they had nothing to talk, they found something to talk about. Even if they had nothing to report about, they found something to report about. That is what you got to do as an opposition. You can't just sit and then when people confront you, say you're strategizing and you know it all. It doesn't happen like that. Opposition parties, the main opposition party, is one step away from holding control of the government. And in order to do that, you got to be able to demonstrate that you are ready, you are prepared to take over the government. And you've got to be aggressive in a good way. You've got to be proactive. You can't sit quietly and allow your supporters or allow citizens of the country, especially in these times, to assume that you're strategizing behind the scene. And then when confronted, oh, we can't telegraph everything out there. Of course, that is true. You can't telegraph everything out, but you can talk something. You can come to your people. You can say something. Not everybody's going to want to read a press release. Not everybody likes to read. Come out and say something. Call a press conference, but no. The opposition get a press conference every Thursday, and that's it. There's no need. The arrogance, there's no need to talk to you guys. Oh, we already issued a press release. Oh, it's better if we stay quiet. All sort of Jim Cock bring Rambo story. But, y'all love the opposition, right? Some of y'all love the opposition, and some of y'all might want to cuss me early this morning. But because y'all in want to get a donkey, y'all not going to cuss. Y'all holding back y'all breath. No one bench sharp. I know some of y'all are diehard green blood. I know some of y'all. But good morning to all of you anyways. Let me see let me check out some of your comments. Melanie Alexander is praying. Prayers for our nation. Yeah, prayers. More than prayers. They need action. Action they need. Action. We're not seeing that action on the part of the regime. And we are seeing for the most part, those who are supposed to be action oriented in the opposition seem to be fast asleep. Now it's not time with fancy photos and modeling, and now it's not time for that. These are serious times. I could be sitting here or going to a bar with a nice Guinness and sporting, and I'm not there. We've got to understand priority. We got to. And some of our politicians, or quote unquote, those who want to be politicians, don't understand. They don't understand at all. And then again, they'll cost me and this, and Mark talk too much. When Mark carries, you guys know what I wanted to say, right? You guys know exactly what I want to say. But let's get back. Are you guys, because while I'm talking with you guys, I'm getting some information from here and there, but nothing, substantial. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay, I just got a note from someone who says here that ExxonMobil, that's according to some sort of online stuff, that the dispute might be years away. Exxon would love the dispute resolution to be years away because Exxon is the one who's benefiting from this, not the Guyanese people. There are two sets of folks who are benefiting from this: Exxon and the corrupt politicians in Guyana. Exxon and the corrupt politicians in Guyana, they're the ones who are benefiting. You think the poor people, when I say poor, you know what I mean, on the quarantine benefiting, the people out in Linden benefiting, the people in Ituni benefiting from any oil wealth? I saw a comment on social media. Somebody said, what is that? That Bornham was right. Bornham said left the oil right there. Oil don't spoil. Bornham said left the oil. You think Bornham and them didn't know that Essequibo got oil? That Guyana is an oil-rich country? Guyana is rich in so many ways, but bad governance. That's the problem. In Guyana, we shouldn't even get horse cart to 10, 15 horse cart every day around the market. I'm not knocking those guys making their little money, but Guyana is supposed to be far more advanced, technologically, educational institutions, law law schools should have been in Guyana instead of going to Barbados or Trinidad. Mind you, some of the lawyers go spend 1 year and 2 years in Barbados. They go back with a. You ever heard some lawyers in Guyana? They're in the courtroom. You swear to God that they're from Barbados. They just spend a year and a half or 2 years at law school, and they get a Trini accent and a Bajan accent. Sorry, I went that way. But Guyana should have had law schools, medical schools, and all these things, big buildings, all manner of things. But instead, it's the people who are suffering. If Sandra Goshmi wants to send a car, or Lynette Nelson, because these are rich listeners we got here, or Lyndon Fraser and so forth, if they want to send a vehicle to Guyana right now, you know the amount of duties they have to pay on that vehicle? Lots and lots of duties. Guyana shouldn't be like that. Why you think those minibuses are on the roads and they have to speed? They got to speed because the minibus driver, if it's not the owner, the minibus driver got to make certain amount and give it to the driver. And the other amount is going to be split between him and the conductor. So in order to make a heck of a lot to survive, they got to speed up and down the road. Zing, zing. And then if they get once a corrupt traffic cop stops them, they got to share that proceed with the traffic cop. And so all around, people are getting robbed. They're getting robbed by the government. They're getting robbed by some corrupt, traffic cops. They're just getting robbed. And that's why they got to speed up and down. But if you cut the duty or reduce significantly the duties of minibuses and so forth and taxi, people will operate at ease. They will operate at ease. We see there's a Randy Sitaran is saying, who cares? I don't know what Randy Sitaran means, but if he can follow up with a better comment so that we can understand precisely what Randy Sitaran is saying or what he means by who cares? I don't know. I just put it out there and let you guys keep an eye on Randy Sitaran, because we're our brothers and our sisters keepers, right? We got to look out for each other. Keep an eye on a follow-up from Randy Sitaran. Again, good morning to all of you. Coming up in just a few minutes, we will head to Congress Place. We want to hear what they have to say. We want to hear what they have to say. They have been quiet, other than a couple of maybe 1 or 2 press releases. Everybody just gone in the ghoul, gone and hide. I'm sorry, they're not hiding. They're strategizing. They're good at strategizing. Still waiting for a good strategy, but they're strategizing. All right. Just an update you guys may want on the helicopter, the missing helicopter. There's no update at this time other than it's just the same. And if it remains the same, if they can't by at least, if they can't, they may come back and issue a release to say that they know where and I think I saw something to that effect, that they know where the helicopter is, but getting to there is another problem. Another problem. Getting there is another problem. I repeat, getting there is another problem. And now, I don't trust anything coming from the government, the PPP controlled media houses. So please, you guys be very careful in what information you receive or you read on the government or the PPP controlled media houses, NCN, Newsroom, and so forth. You guys be very careful with those news agencies. Don't share anything from them. It's okay to peep, but use a strainer when you peep. Remember yesterday what they said, right? They said that they found the helicopter and the missing crew members, everything is okay. The PPP control newsroom said that. Don't forget them about what they said. They lied to you guys. NCN, the government-controlled National Communications Network, said that as well. Don't trust them. Don't trust NCN. Don't trust PPP controlled media houses. But this is what one of them. They are propagandists. Do not trust them. So one of the PPP mouthpiece saying, media house, oh, more troops deployed. Inclement weather persists in search for missing helicopter and crew. But that's not what they were telling us yesterday. Oh, they found them and everything is okay. In other words, y'all go back to sleep now. Do not trust the PPP media houses. Do not. Wait until you have credible persons in the media, trained individuals in the media, whether it's a Capital News, whether it's a Village Voice, whether it is News Source with Gordon Mosley. Don't trust any PPP affiliated media houses. They are about propaganda. I repeat, they are about propaganda. That's what they are about, propaganda. So those are three media houses. There might be others, but those are three media houses to lean on. Village Voice, Capital News with Enrico Wolford, and NewsSource.gy with Gordon Mosley. Lean on those. And then of course you have Royston Drakes. He, give him a little kudos there. Give him a little kudos. All right, so a little bit of information just coming to hand is that they may have, and as I indicated earlier, and let me say good morning to all of you. We have a lot of brave women here. Brave women. I see y'all fighting for y'all by Travis Chase. All right, man. Okay. Let me throw Travis Chase in it too. All right. Let me throw Travis Chase in it too. That's why I say do not trust PPP affiliated media houses. Travis Chase is not. But I couldn't call all the names. Y'all don't chew me up now for y'all boy Travis Chase. Come on, man. Come on. Why would y'all want to do that? But good morning to all the ladies, the brave ladies. We got Barbara Barrington, brave lady. We have Francine Cruz, a brave big woman in her 80s. And I say Francine Cruz, good morning to all the folks in the nursing home out in Long Island. Good morning to all of you guys who I'm told they listen to us. They turn the volume up as loud as they can. I almost sound like Trump. They listen to us. They listen to us. They have nobody else to listen to but us. They got to listen to us. But good morning, Francine Cruz and Gloria Cruz and the entire Cruz family, especially Francine at the nursing home, and all of you guys, Bibi Khan, Roxanne Bess, all the brave women who are watching this show right now. So now, a little bit of update, though, it's that they have located, based on what I'm hearing, mind you, they have located or they know where the helicopter is. They are currently approaching that area where the helicopter is. And I prefer, for lack of confirmed information, to say anything further other than based on my source is that they apparently have located or have an idea where the helicopter is. And so I got some reports coming in. Let us hope, of course, they will have to have experts on the ground there with them to find out right there and then whether there's any evidence that the helicopter was actually shot down. My instinct, and I don't want to go with instinct, but I would more likely lean on the part that because of the lack of visibility, that the helicopter may have just crashed. May have, mind you, again, I'm being very cautious. I don't want to, there are family members who are watching this program. Some of them have inboxed me to say they are related to X, they're related to Y or Z person and so forth. And so I don't want to, uh, you know, be insensitive as because this is still under investigation to find out whether these men are still alive or not. And I don't want to cause any further pain. And I repeat, I do not want to cause any further pains that the family members and friends may be experiencing at this time. Another piece of information coming to hand is that they found, but again, they got to be able to find a way to get closer to the to get closer to the helicopter. They found it, they know where it's at, but they just got to get closer to it. And once they get closer, that's when they'll be able to figure out exactly what happened. And as indicated earlier, it looks like something not so good happened. Whatever the not so good is, again, it's just part of the puzzle. Could be that they found the helicopter and the men, and this is how, in terms of attempting to be optimistic about the whole situation, they say, oh, it could be that, okay, here's what happened. The helicopter went down, and so the men got an opportunity to escape out of the helicopter without any serious injuries. We are all hoping that that's the case. There's reality that we got to look at as well. And the reality is something I don't want to touch on at this point in time. I prefer not to touch on the reality, but you guys can speculate what that is. Okay, coming up in a few minutes, we will be taking our cameras all the way, all the way. We will be taking our cameras all the way to sorry, all the way to Congress Place. All the way to Congress Place. We will be taking our cameras because they should have a press conference. They should have a press conference, and that press conference should start any moment now. And we will bring live coverage of the PNCR's press conference. Again, we will have live coverage of the PNCR's press conference. Again, information reaching us is that they found the location where the helicopter is. They are attempting at this time to get closer to that. The weather is really, really bad. Let us hope that they get closer to the crash site, because it is now considered a crash site. Crash. The helicopter crashed. That's what we're hearing. So they have to get to the crash site. And when they get to the crash site, then they will have to tell us what they discovered. They will have to tell us that. I am not going to tell you guys anything, but it's now considered a crash site. It is now has been determined, that the helicopter crashed. Based on their images that they're getting, shows that the helicopter crashed. And this points back to what one pilot was actually saying, that because of their no visibility and the low altitude, it suggests that the helicopter, of course, the pilot, nobody could see anything. And even with 40 years of experience, these things also do happen. And the individuals say that what may have happened, and these are folks with experience, it's not somebody who was given an honorary degree, an honorary pilot degree. These are persons who are trained in the area. I noticed Kevin Koch is asking here, or saying, oh, it crashed. Okay, so far, uh, it appears that that information that it crashed is 99.9%. The helicopter crashed. Again, I'm being cautious with what I say. I don't want family members to be feel that I'm being insensitive. I don't want anybody to suggest that I'm spreading propaganda or some sort of wrong news. Please, I'm very cautious. And I want to be very careful that according to um, sources within the Guyana Defense Force and outside of the Guyana Defense Force, it seemed to suggest that the helicopter crashed, that they were able to locate the crash site. They're currently attempting to get closer to where the helicopter crashed to figure out what happened. Well, of course, they can't figure out, and you know what I mean when I say to figure out what happened is to basically to see where the guys are and whether they are there in the helicopter still, or some of them were able to escape. And we're hoping that all of them, mind you, we are hoping that all of them were able to get out safely and that they are somewhere in the area. We're hoping that that's the case, mind you, but reality. Many years ago, there was a pilot who crashed in that very location as well. But that pilot, unfortunately, didn't make it out. Miracles do happen. And all I can say, if there are family members who are watching, I don't want to say anything further other than there's a crash. They found the location. They know where the helicopter is. They're attempting to get to that location as we speak. Whatever happened, whatever they discover, they will have to report to you guys. And I hope that they will report as early as possible. X, Y, and Z. They found the helicopter. That should be the report. In fact, the chief of staff should call a press conference as soon as his men, and probably they have some very brave women in the Guyana Defense Force who are on that mission to locate the missing helicopter, that they're able to call a press conference with details this time, so that to let you guys know they found the helicopter, it's crashed. However, all on board were able to get off without any serious injuries. Of course, we want to hear that. Or the other side of the coin, the flip side of the coin. And you guys know what the flip side of the coin is. I don't want to say it here, but you guys already know. You're supposed to be grown people, intelligent people, read between the lines. But we're hoping for the best, though. Hoping, mind you. All right, we're monitoring the press conference, the PNCR. They should have a press conference soon. Should have been 10 o'clock. It's now 3 minutes after, well, 3 minutes after, 3 minutes after, 3 minutes after 11 o'clock in Guyana. Another good piece of information, mind you, and trying to give you guys that three of the crew members are said to be alive. Again, I don't want to say to you guys that this is propaganda on here. We're not about propaganda. We're having a grown people, so to speak, discussion about the issue. 3 crew members are said, mind you, 3 crew members are said to be alive. And now, if this information, I wasn't getting it from not just reliable sources, but sources that are really, really credible. But it has not yet been officially confirmed. But I'm hearing that 3 of these crew members, 3 of the missing crew members, are alive. 3 of them are alive. I don't know whether the other 4, anything bad has happened. I'm not calling that on anybody. I'm not wishing that. But I don't know whether they found the 3 alive in the vicinity, obviously within the vicinity, or whether the other 4 went to go and look for help or whatever. I just don't know. We just don't know as yet. But unconfirmed report suggests that 3 of the missing crew members are alive. 3 of the missing crew members are alive. Unconfirmed report. Again, I wish to reiterate, unconfirmed report suggests that 3 of the missing crew members are alive. And I don't want anybody to rush off to say that Ben Shop is spreading propaganda or whatever. I am being very, very careful as I give you the information that I receive. And I'm receiving information from very, very, very credible people. Very credible people. All right, so what we're doing now, what I'm doing now is we are heading straight to Georgetown, Guyana. We're heading into Congress Place, and we want to hear what these guys actually has to say, right? Something they have to say. Let's head over there, please, and I'll continue to share information with you all.
Gather and share accurate information on the number, location, citizenship status of Venezuelan migrants currently in Guyana. Apart from the children of Guyanese who are entitled to become citizens of Guyana, there must be a halt of the issuance of birth certificates and national ID cards to Venezuelans. The government has either not heeded our advice or has moved in a half-hearted manner. Under Venezuela's escalating recklessness, the PPP government can no longer afford to act alone with uncertainty, inadequacy, and hesitancy. There is need for a national approach to this crisis. With the new and dangerous moves by the desperate Maduro since the referendum, we call on the Guyana government to urgently lobby the international community to reject Venezuela's lawlessness, establishment of the purported state of Guayana Essequibo. The lobbying effort must be supported by a written aid memoir outlining the ICJ's ruling and Venezuela's violation of those rulings inter alia. The international community must be left in no doubt that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has embarked on an aggressive and destabilizing exercise, which could have far-reaching repercussions across Latin America and the Caribbean. The government must urgently engage the domestic media and all patriotic Guyanese to reject Venezuela's purported establishment of the so-called Guyana Essequibo and continue to administer our Essequibo as we have been lawfully doing in the last 124 years. Essequibo is ours, and we must continue to issue licenses and protect Guyanese and other businesses in our Essequibo. Venezuela's claim to have the right to issue licenses to businesses in Essequibo must be rejected by Guyana, and a full-fledged campaign must be launched to maintain the status quo and Guyana's control over Essequibo. The parliamentary opposition support for this action is guaranteed. Guyana must deal with Venezuela as an adversary that is hell-bent on cheating us out of our territory that has been legally Guyana as a result of the arbitral award of 1899 which constitute a full and perfect settlement of the border between Guyana and Venezuela. We call on the people of Guyana to stand firm. We in the parliamentary opposition will continue to do all in our powers to defend our country's territorial integrity and sovereignty. The parliamentary opposition wishes to register our support to our armed forces and to reassure them of our support. In addition, we call on the government to bring to fruition Article 33 of the Guyana Constitution, which states, and I quote, "It is the duty of every citizen to defend the state," unquote. The parliamentary opposition wishes to place on record our appreciation for the support of the international community and many political opposition parties in the Caribbean region that are openly in support of Guyana against Venezuela's spurious claim to our Essequibo. Need for a much stronger Ministry of Foreign Affairs and international cooperation. Despite the controversy between Guyana and Venezuela that exists for close to 60 years, our two countries typically enjoyed cordial relations. As far as we know, Guyana wants, as far as we know, Guyana wants it to remain that way. And the task at hand is to restore cordiality and civility to those relations. Our ability to conduct and maintain good relations with Venezuela was in large measure the result of diplomacy being used as our first line of defense and as an active instrument of peace and a positive tool of international economic and political change. It is a policy that Guyanese deserve to have as their principal defense instrument while preparing our army to defend our territorial integrity as a last resort. We also know that diplomacy worked to keep us safe over the years and to enable us to make and keep friends around the world. It was used to give Guyana full membership of the Organization of American States when Venezuela denied its membership at independence. It allowed us to work with others in the Commonwealth and the non-aligned movement to help dismantle apartheid in South Africa and to help many Caribbean countries gain independence. It also helped us to inform countries around the world of our position on the territorial controversy with Venezuela and to join other countries to solve a myriad of difficult global economic, political, and social problems. In other words, our diplomacy helped us to maintain influence inside and outside of our region that proved useful when our territorial integrity was under threat. As we examine our current crisis, that policy and strategy seems to be a shadow of what it used to be. Our foreign service is not as proactive, vibrant, and forward-looking as it once was. Its efficacy seems to have fallen apart. We need to restore it to prevent Venezuela from further advancing its illegal and partisan designs on our territory. We need a robust and sincere approach to rebuilding our diplomatic capabilities in pursuance of the protection of our territorial integrity and sovereignty. The main function of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is to protect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Guyana from neighbors that seek to bully us. The role of advancing our diplomatic interests appears to have been taken over by another agency which does not and cannot dedicate the time and effort required to achieve effective diplomatic outcomes. The parliamentary opposition wishes to suggest that it is insufficient for the president and one or two public officials to prosecute Guyana's foreign policy. Though foreign policy is his preserve, and we don't doubt that, the stakes are too high and dangers too great for this nation to rely on the president alone to carry the messages of concern about the threats and dangers that Guyana faces. Our message of goodwill to all must come from many quarters, and it is logical to expect this country's diplomatic service to be at the forefront of such work. The foregoing is obvious, given that Guyana has diplomatic relations with over 150 countries, and there is not enough time for the president to engage leaders of those countries on all our diplomatic interests. The government needs to invest in strengthening Guyana's diplomatic service and empowering it to constantly inform the world about our territorial rights, as well as our domestic interests and investment opportunities. The government needs to tap into all the diplomatic skills available to it and utilize it to pursue our case. In the specific case of the existential threat to our territorial integrity posed by Venezuela, we need to see more.
Sorry about that. We'll head right back there, that press conference, but just to have you know, the breaking news still continues. These are the seven crew members: Brigadier retired Gary Beaton, Colonel Michael Shahood, Lieutenant Colonel Sean Welcome. You have Staff Sergeant Jason Khan, Lieutenant Andio Michael Crawford, and Lieutenant Colonel Michael Charles. The report that we're hearing is that they found the crash site. They are still on their way there. But the good news is that signs of lives, meaning that people are alive. At this point in time, we don't know if all of them are alive or just 3 or 4. We don't know as yet, but people are alive. And we can only hope that all of them are alive. We can only hope that. So there's no confirmed report that all of the crew members are safe, but indications are that some of them are alive. So we'll head back to this press conference with the leader of the opposition, Aubrey Compton Norton.
Several parents expressed their disgust at the situation where the school children must wait for several hours after the dismissal of school to get home due to the lack of a school boat, and some children are left stranded until 5:30 p.m. before getting transportation. Parents demand that the secondary school children be given a hot meal because they are forced to be away from home, sometimes for more than 12 hours. 3, residents stressed the need for a boat and engine to be placed at the health center to service the community in cases of emergencies. Presently, there is no river transport at the Kabakaburi Village Health Center. We also visited the Lower Pomeroon River, where we met with residents of Hackney, Aberdeen, and Marlborough, where several issues were raised. Top of those was the many school children who could not afford to attend school, and the fact that the communities were being discriminated against by officials of the Region 2 administration and the Ministry of Agriculture, National Drainage and Irrigation Authority. The residents stressed that only PPPC officials and families are receiving.
All right, sorry about that, guys. Let's head straight to Guyana. We have on the line with us, no stranger to you guys, right? Gordon Mosley, the owner and the managing director of News Source Guyana. Gordon, what can you tell us, please? Good morning.
Hi, good morning to you, Mark. Well, the latest we're receiving now is the Guyana Defense Force confirming that the crash site of that GDF helicopter has been found, and they have spotted survivors waving to the rescue teams. They're not sure of the number of survivors. They're now repelling soldiers, those rescue soldiers, down to the crash site to get a better understanding of what's going on there on the ground. But the GDF confirming moments ago that the crash site has been identified, and search and rescue teams are now rappelling down into the jungle in that area where the aircraft, the helicopter went down after spotting signs of life. I understand that 3 soldiers, 3 of those who were on board, they've not said who were the 3, but I understand the 3 of those who were on board were seen waving to the rescue teams. So they're getting into the area right now. And of course, once more information becomes available, I'll be putting it out there. But that is good news so far, that the crash site has been found and sign of life has also been seen.
That's good news indeed, Gordon Mosley. Gordon, quickly, before you go back to getting your information and your reports, what's the mood like on the ground? The people, how are they feeling? What vibes are you getting?
Well, with this good news, people are a bit relieved right now. So people are still trying to gather more information on this as we try to provide that information. These are where officers and ranks of the GDF are patrolling, going into the bordering locations to meet with troops who are serving on our western borders in wake of the recent threats from Venezuela. So they were on a mission moving between locations in that area when the aircraft apparently crashed or was an incident with the aircraft. That's what we're hearing. So far, they've not confirmed what that incident was, but they could say that they'd lost contact with the aircraft 11:20 yesterday, almost 24 hours ago, in fact, just over the Arao village, which was about 30 miles east of the border with Venezuela. And as you would know by now, there were senior officers on board, including the commander of the 1st Infantry Battalion, Colonel Michael Shahood, as well as the pilot of the aircraft, well-known pilot Lieutenant Colonel Michael Charles.
Yeah, Gordon, we thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule, folks. You can check out Gordon Mosley's news site, news source, that is newssource.gy, Guyana.gy. You guys already know that. Go there for credible information. Mr. Gordon Mosley, thank you so much for your time, sir. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. No problem.
All right, Gordon Mosley there, giving us a quick update as to what's happening. And again, we got to treat these, whatever information we get. We don't want to just run away and say that it has been confirmed. But nothing has been confirmed as yet, other than the fact, as reported earlier, 3 persons are known to be, so far, 3. They suspect that 3 persons are alive. This doesn't mean that the others are nowhere to be found. We're keeping our fingers crossed that they are all alive and well. And we will be bringing you information right here on 107.1 FM. Let's head back to Congress Place.
About the issues they would have raised.
Thank you.
If nobody else, perhaps I can ask you one question about recapitalizing the Guyana Defense Force. Over the years, the GDF has always been what it was, and in the budget, we see allocations for the GDF, sir. Why are you convinced that the Army was denuded? Is it due to a lack of personnel? Is it due to a lack of armament? What is it that caused the Army to be denuded, sir?
A number of things would have caused it. From our information, there's need for upgrade of weapons in keeping with modern times. It should be obvious to all that we don't have the capacity in terms of air travel to put troops in the area and to bring them out adequately. There are also reports coming from those areas that the locations tend to run out of food. While that doesn't fall under recapitalization, it should be noted. But it is clear that the Army needs, the Marine section needs to be, or what is called the Coast Guard, need to be better equipped. like I've said, there's clear need for weaponry. And I believe also there is need for equipment to help neighboring communities, bordering communities, because those communities also will not be able to access the kind of assistance that those further away from the border will be able to access. And so it is my sincere view that the Army needs to be much.
All right. Sorry, we had to break away from that again. We got veteran journalist on the line with us, Enrico Wolford from Capital News. Enrico, good morning. Can you give us an update too from your end?
Good morning, Mark. The update is positive because positive signs of life have been perceived, have been noticed at the crash site of the Bell helicopter that went down yesterday at around just after 11, after it took off from Olive Creek in the Arau area, which is close to the Venezuelan border in Essequibo. The Guyana Defense Force is saying that they have spotted the crash site and positive signs of life at the scene. As I said, the Bell helicopter went down in bad weather yesterday near Arau, and the GDF issued the following statement at 11 this morning that the search and rescue teams have identified the crash site where Guyana Defense Force 412 helicopter went down yesterday has been positively identified and the aircraft spotted. The search and rescue teams have also reported positive signs of life on the scene, and the troops are being rappelled to the exact site location. They're saying further updates will be provided as the situation unfolds, Mark.
All right, thank you. That's all information we need from you, Mr. Enrico Wolford. Please, guys, check out Capital News as well. Enrico, I know your reporters are around town and wherever your sources are, but what's the mood like on the people right now on the ground there?
Well, the mood was still one of trepidation and trouble up to earlier this morning. But I think that mood will obviously change now. We are gathering the information. That mood will change now that our news has come in that positive signs of life are seen. What is very clear is once the Guyana Defense Force saying they're rappelling into the site, it means that it is on a mountainous part of the country, and clearly whatever happened that causes the helicopter to come down in that part, the Guyana Defense Force personnel, which I have personally flown with over the years, are to be commended at this point for making sure that whatever landing they had did not result in a lot of harm to the souls on board. And we're just hoping that all 7 persons have been able to survive that ordeal.
Yeah, we're hoping that indeed. Enrico Wolford, veteran journalist, on the line with us. He is the managing director of Capital News. You cannot miss it. You got to go on Capital News website, Capital News on Facebook. You want to direct our listeners as to where they can go?
Yes, it's capitalnewsonline.com, Capital News on our Facebook page. Look for the Capital News logo with a map, the entire map of Guyana in the logo. Look for that Capital News site. And we're also on Instagram on WRHM News. So if you want more information, you can also check all those sites. And you can check my personal Facebook page, Enrico Wolford, on Facebook. So all the information is out there for you to gather. And as we say at Capital News, be informed before you seek to inform.
Be informed before you seek to inform. We saw a little bit of upscotching with the news yesterday. NCN saying a bunch of wrong news. Capital Newsroom, the same thing. we can talk about that some other time. But thank you so much, as always, for your time, Mr. Enrico Wolford.
No problem at all.
Appreciate it. All right, so what we will do is head back to Congress Place now so that we can continue coverage of that press conference there with the leader of the opposition, Aubrey Compton Norton.
And that is why I'm saying there is need for a national approach, because foreign policy cannot only be responsive, it has to be preemptive. And when one looked at what Venezuela was doing, Venezuela was seeking to move in the direction of putting Venezuelans in the area to be able to achieve their objective. And what is worse is that once you have a large influx of Venezuelans, and you don't handle it properly, then you can have a situation where there is conflict between Venezuelan civilians and Guyanese, and you might very well create the pretext for Venezuela to be saying they're coming to protect their citizens. And that is why we have said in the opposition that even if we know in international law we have to accommodate Venezuelans because of their situation, but we had said we must define who is economic refugee, who is migrants, and restrict the amount of migrants because of what that portends. So we have got to work out these things in detail. And that is why we also said, in the case where we have to have Venezuelans, and not in the quantities we see them coming, they should be in Demerara and Berbice and properly monitored. Even before they arrive, they get into those areas, they should be properly scrutinized. When we were in Dartmouth last weekend, we were going from house to house speaking to people. Nobody knew a particular house. And when we went to the house, it had 16 or 17 indigenous Venezuelans who only spoke Spanish, and I assume their native language. I engaged them with my limited Spanish and was able to discern what was happening. And so if you have a community like Dartmouth, in which there are Venezuelans, and the community isn't sensitized, then there are problems. We also need to have a campaign carried out in our frontiers communities. In Venezuela, in Dartmouth and the Essequibo generally, one of the things that pleased me is that all the people we met expressed the desire to continue living in Guyana, and they expressed the view that Essequibo is Guyana. What we need now is a clear government policy and program to sensitize our people in the Essequibo and to particularly focus them on not accepting any form of identification from Venezuela. I don't want us to wait until, through some nefarious means, Venezuela start sending ID cards to people, and then you have a situation that is out of control. We should be preemptive and have a structured program to say to our people, these are the dangers involved in doing that. Continue to be committed to our country. And so they are in a position of knowledge. One of the things that was said when I was there was that people were thankful that we were there, because they said apart from bringing people from all around and keeping a public meeting, they weren't being sensitized to the issues of the case and what the government intends to do to protect them. And so all of those factors need to be considered.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, I'll open the floor for about 2 to 3 questions, and if you have any other questions off of the press statement. All right. With no other hands being raised here, I think this will bring us to the end of today's press conference. I want to thank media personnel for joining the press conference today, and we do hope that you have a wonderful weekend.
No other question. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. Now, let me give my constructive critique about today's press conference. This was not a day that Mr. Norton should have been at that press conference by himself. Now, there are some of you out there who might say, Mark, why you don't shut the hell up? Everything is a problem. No, optics, politics, and optics. Politics and optics. Let's not be fooled, guys. Politics and optics. Now is the time he should have been with his soldiers by his side. Right there. We have, Gary Best, former chief of staff of the Guyana Defense Force. Utilize him right next to you, Aubrey. Eddie Collins, utilize him right next to you. Right next to you. Utilize them. Utilize the people within to help you present this matter here today. Present this matter here today. But you can't see anything. They got a lot of folks who see otherwise. They feel that, oh, it's the smartest move. They're strategizing. You know, get your shadow minister of foreign affairs next to you in the next government. Of course, these are people. Once the PPP gets out of office, these are people who will be ministers. Get them next to you. Get them next to you. Let us hear. Let us get a comprehensive package. I don't know, but they get some individuals will find some wishy-washy excuses as always. Those are the people you got to be careful. Those individuals with wishy-washy excuses. Every minute there's a wishy-washy excuses. That's what I call it. Wishy-washy excuses. Always with some excuse. They know it this, they know this, they're strategizing. Intelligence report says this. Wishy-washy excuses. That's what it is. But Tantimor comes up at what time Tantimor comes up? Tantimor comes up at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 2 o'clock Guyana time. 2 o'clock Guyana time. Let's move on to more things because that particular comment I made as to how the press conference should have been. Were I a PR person for the coalition, I would have, official PR person, I would have suggested to the leader of the opposition that he needs to walk into today's press conference with a strong team to present to the Guyanese people. And he speaks, he allows the others to speak or whatever, but then, you got to wishy-washy, some of the guys and their wishy-washy thinking, the wishy-washy thinking, I call them pseudo politicians. But the bulk of you understand what I'm saying, though. And that's why I appreciate the bulk of you, because y'all are very, very smart. But the other ones, you call them blind loyalists, no matter what. Those are dangerous folks. All right, so let's get back. Let's get back to the main issue of today. The main issue of today is the missing aircraft. They're getting closer to the aircraft, even as we speak. They are getting closer and closer to the aircraft, as indicated by Gordon Mosley and Enrico Wilford, and also a press release from the Guyana Defense Force that suggests that they have located, but they are still not yet at the crash site, but they have located the helicopter. And having located the helicopter, they saw a few of the crew members, maybe approximately three, That's according to the Guyana Defense Force press release, mind you, that they were able to pick up 3 persons waving at them. 3 persons waving at them. That is what the Guyana Defense Force press release has indicated as of 11 a.m. That's 11 a.m. Guyana time. And if you're in Eastern Standard Time, Guyana time is 1 hour in front. So that's what we are hearing. I should get a report in just maybe under 5 minutes from now. I should be able to get an update as to what's really. The last update I got is that they're getting closer to the crash site. And once the weather is still bad, but not as bad as it was yesterday, but they are approaching. And those folks who are risking their lives to be there, I just want to say that we salute these brave guys who are out there now risking their lives to rescue these guys. And again, it's 10:40 Eastern Standard Time. It's 10:40 here in New York, and it's 11:40. So they are ahead of us in terms of timing in Guyana. Guyana, they're ahead of us. And so it's 11:40 in Guyana currently. All right, so we're trying to give you guys the at least close to perfect update without giving or making it appear that it is any sort of propaganda. We do not believe in propaganda here at all. We want to be very cautious with what we say and what we report to you. According to the Guyana Defense Force press release, they have located the crash site. They are trying their best to get to the crash site despite the circumstances. They are trying their best. And in the process of locating where the crash site is, they saw on the footage, they saw 3 of the crew members. We can assume that they are crew members, mind you. We can just assume that they are crew members waving to them. In about, hopefully under 5 minutes. I know I said that 2 minutes ago, but shortly I should get a better update, and hoping that they have reached the crash site and that they can confirm that crew members are alive, whether it's 1, whether it's 2, whether it's 3, or whether it's all 7 of them are alive. As of now, we don't know as yet. And again, I repeat, the Guyana Defense Force press release has said that they have located the helicopter crash site. They saw on the images 3 persons waving to them. We can assume that those 3 persons are 3 of the 7 crew members. We can just assume that for the moment. But as of now, we are going to have coffee together. We're going to have maybe lunch together. For those of you who are having a late breakfast, we are not going to go anywhere until we get further update right here on 107.1 FM. So we are going to stay right here. We're not going anywhere. We're not signing off. We are going to remain right here until we get to the bottom of this situation. So we'll be right back in just maybe a couple of minutes.
Not a blade of grass. We love the open country. The Roman way. And the secret this time of night. We make precisely. This is a home we love. And we need to keep it. We have that right. No, we ain't giving up no money. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no
We are a peaceful people, struggling we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces, from foreign places, talk about taking over, that belong to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass. This land is our land now. We're gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow, but never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we are moving from here. Make no mistake. No, we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belong to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupanuni and the Essex Cribbo, daytime or night. Though we criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we mean to keep it. We have that right. No, we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belong to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass, not one golden apple, not one jamon, not a drop of water from the Pomeroon, not one sherriga, not one mommy, not one guinea, not one whitey.
Yeah, my name is Jacinty Caldata Francis Vietnam, and since 1965 I become a voter, and I always place my ex next to the cup. And what they are doing today, I can't take it. So I have no more vote to give to PPP. I'm not going to vote anymore. No. If they have to lose by one vote, they're losing it by that.
You Guyana, me Guyana, land of many waters with 6 races living together.
Just to give you guys another bit of update regards to the missing crew members, the rescue team, they're there, they're getting closer to the site. The crash site, it is being described now as a crash site. Yeah, sorry about that. So it's being described as a crash site, and they have to approach with caution, but of course, to ensure that they get there as quickly as possible. But one of the things that we don't want is that they rush to get to the site, and in the process, there's another crash. So these guys, the rescue mission team, they've got to be extra careful as to how they approach this crash site, because the weather is very bad at this time. The weather is very bad at this point in time. Yep, sorry about that. I'm just getting some information. Yep, I'm getting some information coming in, and we appreciate you being patient. We appreciate you staying with us. We are getting some information. Yep, we are getting some information at this time. We're trying to ensure the weather is affecting them again, as reported. The weather is affecting them again. At one point, they were approaching Yep. Sorry, as I pause for a moment, the weather again is affecting them. So every moment, if they make an attempt to get closer to the crash site where this helicopter is, again, when they make an effort to get closer to the crash site, um, sorry, information just come. Yeah, my apologies, guys. I'm trying to ensure that I get accurate or close enough to accurate information. Close enough to accurate information. Folks are on the ground. Folks are there. They are working. They are doing what is necessary to get to these guys. And I'm just giving you guys updates. Don't want to give you guys no propaganda news, no nothing, because lives are at stake here. We'll deal with the politics later, whether what these guys were there for. It's totally irrelevant at this point in time. But from my understanding, though, from a source, is that they were there to basically check on the soldiers them at the border and to get firsthand information as to how they probably are feeling and whether there are reports about anything as it pertains to that wicked guy Maduro sending troops at the border, Venezuelan troops at the border, um, and so we just got to be very very careful with regards to the information that we put out. At least we want to be very um, very cautious, mind you, and we don't want to have it be that whatever fly through our heads here that we run with that. We just don't operate like that at all. And I wish to call on Newsroom and NCN to apologize to the nation for misleading them. No one has ever picked up on that. Nobody has said what they need to apologize. But let us say it was another news agency that did that, then we would have been hearing all manner of stupidity about responsibility in the media and all sort of things in these times. But that false information, wrong information, came directly from the PPP's media houses. PPP media houses were bent on sending false information out there. False information indeed. Again, just to have you know that they have located the helicopter. They know where the crash site is. 3 persons waved to them. 3 of the crew members, we can assume that 3 of the crew members. We don't know what's the situation on the ground. Just be careful with what information you get from wherever. Please do not share any false news link on our site here. We will have them removed almost immediately. Be careful as to where you get your information from and what news you run with. This is kind of like giving you an idea what is happening right now. This is, again, I repeat, this is going to give you an idea as to what's going on right now. Again, that's exactly what's happening as we speak. I repeat, as we speak, that is what's happening. The weather is very, very bad in that area. And as we speak, you saw a little glimpse. And just to let you guys know that we're working with you. We want the best news. We want the most accurate information. And this is just flying in the area currently to find out exactly what's going on. Good. As we get more information, we'll certainly try to bring that to you guys. It's giving you an idea as to how dense the area is. It's not like an easy fly in and get to the crash site and fly them out. Remember, they got to be medics. They got to be all manner of things there on the ground to fly those servicemen back to Georgetown or the nearest hospital as quickly as possible. They've got to. We don't know what's happening with them on the ground, even though we heard, according to the Guyana Defense Force, that 3 soldiers or 3 persons identified close to the crash site were waving at them. So that's just a piece of information we want to. Again, we're not going to be heading anywhere. We are going to stay right here on 107.1 FM to ensure that we give you guys accurate information on the ground. The rescue team, they're there. They're just not yet. They're not at the crash site at the moment, but they are trying. They made another attempt moments ago. But what has happened is weather again. The weather is extremely bad in the area. Weather is extremely bad in the area. Again, we don't want a situation where the rescue team, anything happens to them, and then we got to get a new rescue team back in there. No. And so the longer they take to get there, we just got to keep praying for those crew members, because every opportunity, every time there seemed to be an opening to go straight to the crash site, the weather turns out to be bad again. So as of 5 minutes ago, the weather changed again, because fog and all manner of things, and because of those sort of helicopters they may have in Guyana, they just got to be extra careful as to how they approach this area. Again, we commend the soldiers, we commend those rescue members of the rescue team, but they just got to play it safe. 5 minutes ago, they had to turn around again and try to regroup, hit the airwave again, and then turn around again. So guys, that is what is happening at this moment. Do not run with fake news at all. Absolutely none. So if you see anything on the PPP propaganda media houses, ignore what you see there. So far, there's no confirmed report of any one of these missing crew members have been found. There's none whatsoever. All we have heard as of what is said in the Guyana Defense Force press release is that they have located the crash site. They know where the crash site is, of course, and they, upon locating the crash site, they observe 3 persons waving at them. 3 persons. It doesn't say that the 3 persons are 3 of the missing crew members. It just said 3 persons. We don't know what is happening at the crash site at this point in time. However, we can assume that those 3 members, that according to the Guyana Defense Force press release, is that those 3 members are of the 7 missing crew members. So that's all we can say at this time. We're not going to go anywhere until we get more accurate updates on what is happening. And one of the big things, though, we want to hear is that those guys on the rescue team, that they get to the crash site safely, and that they're able to possibly collect all of those guys who may be alive still, or the 3, if any injured ones that are still there, whatever the situation is, we want them to get to that site as quickly as possible. It turns out that it is impossible at this point in time They are going to, in a few minutes, make another attempt. Let us continue to pray for them. Again, do not go anywhere. We're getting closer to the chopper. They seem to, the Guyana Defense Force may very well have some outside help, which is good. And when I say outside help, I don't mean from some security guard agency in Guyana or whatever, but you guys understand by outside help. This is moments ago, they're attempting again to get to the crash site. Three members have been cited, according to the GDF. 3 members, and other sources have indicated that as well. We're just going to continue. Again, we are just going to continue keeping hope alive. All right, so here's what. We'll take a quick break again. Don't go anywhere. Just grab yourself maybe a snack or whatever, but do not go anywhere. We will bring you live update right here on 107.1 FM.
Oh, Jesus Christ, if cost of living double, I don't know what happened. A pound of sugar is $300 already. Flour, everything gone up. Everything just raising. You gotta get about $40,000 for buy good ration. You gotta get 3 man now. A weekend man, a monthly man, and a fortnight man.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area. You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
I've lived in Guyana and I've attended multilateral school. And from my primary days in school to secondary school, I've learned and I've understood that Guyana covers 83 square miles of landmass. I didn't hear that. Square miles, I said that. I said 83,000 square miles.
We are one people, one nation, one destiny.
We are a peaceful people, struggling, we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces, from foreign places, talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. No, we ain't giving up no mountain, and we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belong to we. Not the one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass.
All right, so that's what that's the latest. We're still trying to get an update, but let me take you guys to a situation that happened, I think, maybe yesterday or so. Allegations level against a father holding his kids, or allegedly kidnapped his children. I don't know what the circumstances, but police apparently went to the house, and this is what transpired.
Big life. Big life.
Calm yourself, brother. Are you gonna do that to the child, buddy?
Fucking me, boy. I said, man, I like fucking soldier, boy.
Big life.
Fucking you come to this country. You gotta kill me today, boy. Got me fucking wrong, no,
Big life.
Don't come close to me, boy.
Calm yourself,
I
brother.
done the army number, boy.
Yeah, I beg your pardon.
I done the army number.
Big life. How you gonna like the child, somebody?
You gotta kill me, me fucking you, boy. I done the army fucking number, boy. I tell you, don't come.
Big life. You lock the door. Lock the door.
We don't know what really transpired, but there were two children involved, and you saw there was a what appears to be a knife, and the guy, what appears also based on the video, putting the knife to the child's neck. The police was actually there to arrest him for whatever, I don't know. But let's get back to that tape. The graphic nature of it, indeed, and of course the colorful language. We must apologize, but let's go back on the ground.
Big life. Big life. Calm yourself, brother. Are you gonna do that to the child, buddy?
Fucking me, boy. I said, man, I like fucking soldier, boy.
Big life.
Fucking you come to this country. You gotta kill me today, boy. Got me fucking wrong, no,
Big life.
Don't come close to me, boy.
Calm yourself,
I done
brother.
the army number, boy.
Yeah, I beg your pardon.
I done the army number, boy.
Big life. How you gonna like the child, somebody?
You gotta kill me, me fucking you, boy. I done the army fucking number, boy. I tell you, don't come.
Big life. You lock the door. Lock the door.
All right, we're definitely gonna try to get some information on that. We're hopefully gonna head all the way to Borbees to find out what's the outcome of that situation. Again, I don't know the circumstances, but what I can say is that those two children, they weren't in the best of situation there at all, allegedly by the father. So let's go back once again to that tape while we try to get some other information pertaining to the crash site.
Big life. Big life. Calm yourself, brother. Are you gonna do that to the child, buddy?
Fucking me, boy. I said, man, I like fucking soldier, boy.
Big life.
Fucking you come to this country. You gotta kill me today, boy. Got me fucking wrong, no,
Big life.
Don't come close to me, boy.
Calm yourself,
I done
brother.
the army number, boy.
Yeah, I beg your pardon.
I done the army number, boy.
Big life. How you gonna like the child, somebody?
You gotta kill me, me fucking you, boy. I done the army fucking number, boy. I tell you, don't come.
Big life. You lock the door. Lock the door.
All right, welcome back. I just want to go straight to Guyana right now. Again, that was Berbice. We'll deal with that incident later on, but we have on the line with us veteran journalist Adam Harris. Adam, good morning. What's happening on the ground? What's the latest on the helicopter?
Well, good morning to you, Mark. The latest on the helicopter is that it has been spotted. The Army, through a press release, reported that there were signs of life, positive signs of life, the Army said. More recently, about 3 minutes ago, the Army issued another statement that said inclement weather conditions have prevented the attempted insertion of the rescue team to the site. Another attempt will be made at approximately 12:45, which would be what? Another half an hour from now, when the weather is expected to be more favorable. There is no word of how many survivors, if all have survived or not, we don't know. What we know is that the helicopter has been located. There have been signs of life, and the army would rappel people down to the site to extract who is there and whatever they could.
You know, thank you for that, though, because earlier the GDF report did say that they indicated in that press release that 3 persons were waving at them, which was a good sign. Are you saying that has since changed?
No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, area where the helicopters believed to have gone down, and that's a place called Arrow in the Upper Mazaruni. Arrow would be 100 miles from the river, from the Venezuelan border, probably more. And if it's that far away, I don't think Venezuela could have shut it down. They couldn't.
No, we can't. Again, Mr. Adam Harris, we can't assume that. We don't know. An investigation has to be launched.
Yes, but I'm not assuming.
We cannot rule out Venezuelan involvement. We cannot, at this point, rule out anything. But go ahead.
Well, I told you that I know the area, and I'm prepared to rule that out. Anyhow, that's neither here nor there. The big thing about it is that we need to get the people out of the jungle. We need to get them home. Those who need medical attention should be given medical attention. I don't know what prompted Mike Charles to continue flying in the weather. He's a very, very experienced pilot. And in that part of the world, there aren't many ready landing sites. So I really don't know why. Anyhow, practice it has happened. We have lost the helicopter from all appearances. Perhaps he tried to put it down, but it would be damaged once it's going down in the jungle. It appears not to have fallen as such from the sky because there would have been immense wreckage. So the fact that people are alive and it's down suggests that Mike Charles tried to put it down somewhere in the jungle, perhaps in a clearing that he saw.
All right.
Meanwhile, people are breathing a sigh of relief.
All right, Adam Harris, thank you. But what's the mood like on the ground with this reckless statements coming from Maduro out there in Venezuela?
The people in Essequibo are still tense. They fear an invasion. But the truth is that there was this invasion long before Maduro's referendum. We were taking in the Venezuelans by droves. We had them living all over the place. We did not try to monitor them. We did not try to register some of them. We had selfish political motives. Oh, these are descendants of Guyanese. I can make them vote for me. That was the kind of nonsense that went on. And it's blowing up. We have criminals. There was one attempted beheading and one beheading at the hands of the Venezuelans. They are so concentrated in Essequibo that at one stage it was believed that they outnumbered the residents to Region 1. The Trojan horse syndrome, I suppose. You could have been talking about what happened in the Crimea, where Russia annexed Crimea because it said the people there were Russian speaking. And all it was that the Russians went there in their large numbers and overpopulated the area. So we were allowing perhaps the same thing to happen, and we're going to pay for it. We're going to pay for it.
How would you rate, thank you for that bit, Adam, how would you rate the response thus far on this particular issue by those in the PPP regime? What we have seen is that they're swift to grant interviews to foreign media houses, thinking that that's going to settle the score. But your take, sir?
I think they grant to foreign media houses because of the reach. I think that I know they have not involved the opposition, although there was this talk about a united front. I know that they expect the great United States to jump in and fight their battle. Brazil, where we have no diplomatic representative, already is protecting us in the south, because if Venezuela had to bring heavy armaments, it would have got to enter into Brazil and then come across into the Rupununi. Brazil has blocked that area. It said that not going to happen. So we should be thankful. The chief of staff went and had a chat in Brazil with the military ops there. Whether there were other diplomatic efforts, that hasn't been stated. Cuba, we made a few telephone calls. We have an ambassador to Cuba in the person, Adam Jean. Was he briefed? I don't know. We're not getting those reports. We talk about calling CARICOM. We saw the rift in CARICOM where self-interest seems to be playing a great part. Trinidad with its gas and Barbados with its oil. They don't want to ruffle Venezuelan feathers. So there you have it.
Adam, as of now, Guyana does not have an ambassador in Caracas, Venezuela. But we heard yesterday that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yu Todd, actually held discussions via phone with the Venezuelan ambassador to Guyana for that Venezuelan ambassador to explain.
The Venezuelan ambassador to Guyana is in Georgetown.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Guyana does not have an ambassador in Caracas.
That's correct. So when you spoke with the ambassador, all he had to do was summon the ambassador to come to his office in Georgetown. He didn't gotta go anywhere.
What's the hold back in having Van West Charles officially take up his position there as ambassador, Guyana's ambassador?
Venezuela has not accredited him.
Good. So why is it that the Guyana government continues to tolerate or encourage the Venezuelan ambassador there in Guyana? I'm just being mischievous. Your take?
Well, it's generally done unless, even in the war years, you have your foreign diplomats in your country. You don't expel them.
No, but they're not accepting. They're not accepting Guyana's ambassador to Venezuela. Tit for tat. Well, it's got to happen.
Listen. Jamaica refused the ambassadorial nominee from the United States, but the United States didn't expel Jamaica's ambassador to that country.
America, the United States was not, one second, sir. The United States was not at war with Venezuela, with Jamaica, sorry.
No,
the United States were not claiming, the United States did not put out reports that claiming all of Kingston, Jamaica. It's quite different.
Again, but as I said, even in times of war, unless we accuse the diplomat of spying, we normally don't expel them. Perhaps we monitor their movements, but we don't expel them. If Venezuela has not accredited Richard Van Charles, I don't know what the conversation is been like, whether they find it unsuitable and they've asked Guyana to nominate somebody else. I don't know. What I know is that he hasn't been accredited.
All right. Mr. Enrico Wolford, thank you for your time, but let's
My
agree
name
to disagree.
is Adam Harris. My name is Adam Harris and not Enrico Wolford.
All right, sorry about that. You guys sometimes do look alike. Sorry. Adam, thank you so much though, for your time. I appreciate it. But
all right, okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank
all
you.
Right. Adam Harris here on the phone for you guys. And it is what it is. It's a time of war. Venezuela declared war on Guyana. And if you don't want to accept the Guyana ambassador to Venezuela, then in equal measure, the ambassador to Venezuela, the Venezuelan ambassador to Guyana has got to pack up his trash and go almost immediately. That's just, it's just what it has to be. But I agree, Adam and I agree to disagree on that issue. Adam also has a point that we don't know why the public has not been given an explanation why they have rejected Dr. Richard Van West Charles. Why? The regime has not given any report why they have rejected Richard Van West Charles. We don't know why they have done that. Maybe at Jack Deo's so-called press conference this afternoon, of which we will carry it live right here on 107.1 FM, coming up at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, why they have rejected Richard Van West Charles, why they have not accepted his accreditation, why. There has to be a reason why, and therefore the government, so-called government of Guyana, instead of having Utah to call the Venezuelan ambassador to Guyana to explain to him, Utah, it doesn't work like that. The guy who sits there as the president of Guyana should have been calling the Venezuelan ambassador to Guyana to the office of the president or at State House to meet with them. This thing doesn't operate with a phone call where Utah picked up the phone, called the Venezuelan ambassador to Guyana, explain to me what's going on, please. No, it doesn't happen like that. You come and meet me at my office at 1 o'clock today. I need an explanation. And after that explanation is given, you politely ask him to pack his bag and go, that he has 24 hours to leave the country. It's done with. Just go. What else? What more is needed? This thing doesn't have anything to do with America and Jamaica said no to the U.S. ambassador. I disagree with my good friend Adam Harris there. Good morning to all of you guys. It's still morning, Eastern Standard Time, 23 minutes after 11 o'clock. It's 23 minutes after 12 o'clock in Guyana. What else can we touch on? We want to get some more information. We were told that they're going to restart the rescue mission in just about 15 minutes time. I'm not sure because it could be that they got a little better weather and they decided to, hey, let's go now, guys. So that's how they have to play it by ear. Hey, let's go now. And then when they go out there, then they have to return, then they got to refuel and all manner of stuff. So it is not like the rescue team. It's an easy mission, guys. It's just not. It's especially in the jungle area. Another thing in the jungle area, what can you expect? Wild animals all over. They get jaguars. They get all manner of things. Venomous snakes. Lots of things on the ground. So you can just imagine for a moment what these guys are experiencing at this time. It is just not easy. You've got to pray for them, a safe return, all of them. Of course, you know, that's what we probably would like. All of us would like that. But we got to think about the reality as well. Over 2 hours or over 3 hours ago, they spotted the crash helicopter, and 3 persons were said to have been waving at them That was over 3 hours ago. Still bad weather. You don't know what's happening on the ground with wild animals and all these manner of things. We don't know how badly injured some of these guys are, or maybe all of them. We just don't know. The 3 hours since they were spotted, or 4 hours since they were spotted, the crash site and the 3 men apparently waving. And 3 hours, 4 hours ago is a heck of a lot of time. Circumstances, again, I repeat, circumstances can change. Circumstances can change on the ground with these guys. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break again, so that you guys we can get some more information as to what's happening again. Information. Sorry about that. Information on the ground. That's what we want. Information on the ground. We'll be right back, guys.
It's been a long time, it's been a long time, this not a before time. It's been a long time, it's been a long time, this not a before time. It's been a long time, it's been a long time, this not a before time. Long time got some lang logi, now you got some bungalow. Long time got some lang logi, now you got some bungalow. It's been a long time, it's been a long time, this not a before time. It's been a long time, it's been a long time, this not a before time. Long time got some dirty dam, now you got some concrete road. Long time got some dirty dam, now you got some concrete road. Long time got some dirty dam, now you got some concrete road. Long time got some dirty dam, now you got some concrete road. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. Long time got some juk lamp, now you got some electric light. Long time got some juk lamp, now you got some electric light. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. Long time got some broad bottom, now you got some tight straight. Long time got some broad bottom, now you got some tight straight. Long time got some broad bottom, now you got some tight straight. Long time got some broad bottom, now you got some tight straight. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. Long time got some broad churia, now you got some bamboo jai. Long time got some broad churia, now you got some bamboo jai. Long time got some broad churia, now you got some bamboo jai. Long time got some broad churia, now you got some bamboo jai. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. Long time full bucket water, now you got some overhead. Long time full bucket water, now you got some overhead. Long time full bucket water, now you got some overhead. Long time full bucket water, now you got some overhead. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. This time a long time, this time a long time, this not a before time. This time a long time, this time a long time.
All right, welcome back there. You know, this time a long time, this information age, and nobody could cover up anything from you guys any longer. It is there for all to see. All right, so we're hearing that Antony Blinken, that is the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, offers unwavering support for Guyana amid Venezuelan annexation plan, which is good. Unwavering support. Of course, we appreciate that. Unwavering support. This is a situation, unfortunately, that the PPP has gotten us Guyanese into. And let me just remind you guys of the reason why.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
A slight concession. That's all he wants. All Jack Deere wants is money, 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 slight concession, slight concession. That's all they want. Money, money, slight concession. Give them, you know, that's all they want. And notice, have you guys noticed how quiet Donald Ramatar is on this whole situation? Have you guys noticed that? I'll be right back, guys. Let me take a phone call.
It's been a long time, it's been a long time, it's not there before time. It's been a long time, it's been a long time, it's not there before time. It's been a long time, it's been a long time, it's not there before time. Long time got them lang logy, now you got them bungalow. Long time got them lang logy, now you got them bungalow. It's been a long time, it's been a long time, it's not there before time. It's been a long time, it's been a long time, it's not there before time. Long time got them dirty dam, now you got them concrete road. Long time got them dirty dam, now you got them concrete road. Long time got them dirty dam, now you got them concrete road. Long time got them dirty dam, now you got them concrete road. This ain't a long time, this ain't a long time, this not there before time. This ain't a long time, this ain't a long time, this not there before time. Long time got them juk lamp, now you got them electric light. Long time got them juk lamp, now you got them electric light. This ain't a long time, this ain't a long time, this not there before time. This ain't a long time, this ain't a long time, this not there before time. Long time got them broad bottom, now you got them tight straight. Long time got them broad bottom, now you got them tight straight. Long time got them broad bottom, now you got them tight straight. Long time got them broad bottom, now you got them tight straight. This ain't a long time, this ain't a long time, this not there before.
All right, welcome back. And we're still looking at the time, 107.1 FM. We are still monitoring this situation. We just don't want to leave you guys hanging. We want the best that we can, information, and we want to hear the good news that these crew members, these 7 crew members, Brigadier Retired Gary Beaton, Colonel Michael Shahood, Lieutenant Colonel Sean Welcome, Corporal Dwayne Jackson. Last evening, the information I got was Dwayne Johnson, but it is Jackson. Corporal Dwayne Jackson, that is. Lieutenant Andio Michael Crawford, Staff Sergeant Jason Can, and Lieutenant Colonel Michael Charles. 40 plus years experience as a pilot for the Guyana Defense Force. We are awaiting at least some good news. Thus far, the good news we have gotten is that, and it's reasonably good, that they spotted the airline, the helicopter, the crash site. That's a bit of a bad news that the helicopter crashed. And during that time, they saw or they observed 3 persons waving at them. That was over 4 hours ago. Over 4 hours ago, that was. And so we don't know what's the situation as of now. About 30 minutes ago, they attempted to go back at the crash site, but they had to stop again because of the weather, the fog. It's just not good at all. And I will tell you guys this. I'm not. Yeah, let's get straight to a gentleman who understands the area to some extent. His name is Neville Sital. Neville Sital is also known as Civic. So let me, Civic, are you there? Yeah. Can you give us a rundown about that area, please? A little or whatever information you have concerning that particular area.
I went there a couple of times. The last time I went there about 3.5 years ago when my wife died, I went just there.
Describe that area.
That area is a very large area with massive mountain range. that you don't get 12 hours sunlight. It's a very cold area. Very, very cold area. It's like snowing. I went there a couple of times to repair fuel pumps and diesel engines. And I look at this place and see like that there's another God here. This place is so beautiful. This place is so pleasant. I wish I had my wife and my children there with me.
What about animals, wild animals and so forth, jaguar?
Animals, you have a lot of animals. You have a lot of animals. I went with some guys from Buxton there. They got land there. They got judges there. So they take me there and I live with them. I have good times here. I get a couple of diamonds from there. I give my daughter.
Yeah, so apart from all of that, what do you think is probably the situation now with the bad weather in that area?
You see, that's the problem for them to get down. That's the problem.
What could be some of the problems they probably are encountering right now?
The encountering visibility is not there. You see?
Yes, sir.
They cannot see. They can assume. And that's what they are doing since yesterday. They are assuming. It's a difficult range. If you go there, you would want to know that why this more bad than the races. And you walk from Alamo.
They're what?
To Ikeraku. And from Alamo to Italimba. And then you got San Martin, where the Brazilian, the Venezuelan. There's a lot of people there on that side, you know.
Can you?
But where this helicopter they're assuming was surveying, there people are not there. You see this guy Bernard? Bernard, he's a pilot too. He's an aeronautic engineer. He fly that area, and he crash land in that area and survive. So let's trust God and hope for the best that these men are military men. They are not ordinary people, and they can make it. Trust God. To hell with the helicopter, they can make it. And let's hope so. I was there, man. I think that's a very cool terrain, a very clean place.
And describe the place when it's very foggy in that area. You basically can't see nothing at all.
You have to stand still. You have to stand still. You can't move. You cannot move. You have to stand still. Because if you do move, sometimes the helicopter, the fast team go into a mountain. Because when you go into a Ikeraku with the plane, you saw me so called or this one, and guys, you go into Ikeraku. And if you travel to Ikeraku, you are traveling beside a mountain, you are seeing the sidewalls. Before you meet the Aron Venezuela side mountain, which collide with Guyana. It's a serious environment with visibility. Wildlife.
What chances are in terms of a helicopter crashing and survival?
You see, that's what I'm saying. That remember, these men are experienced men, you know, these men are ordinary men. If these men have the experience and they know that this helicopter crashing, they can maybe escape or maybe not. That's what I'm saying. Trust the Almighty. You see, we're not getting good information because of the visibility. Everybody is assuming. You need help. You need more help.
Thank you.
We need foreign help.
Thank you so much, Civic. We appreciate your time, and we'll get back to you later on. Thank you, sir.
Okay, brother.
Thank you.
Take care.
Appreciate it. All right, Civic there. At least he is trying to tell us something based on his experience on the ground there. And let's give him some credit. While others who know the area, who are probably more experienced, are quiet. They don't want to say anything. They don't want to talk anything. Some of them don't even know. Yeah, well, you try to call them for a comment, but we gotta appreciate people when they're brave. I noticed Rod Pollard say, Mark, please call someone who can explain about it. The man, basically layman's term, attempted to explain his experiences there. He's familiar with the area. Maybe, at least we got to give him some credit for at least giving us a little bit of an idea as to what's happening in the area. Meanwhile, those who really know the area ain't saying nothing. As Auntie Data would say, nothing to say. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely. All right, again, there is no update, none whatsoever at this time. No update at all about this crash site, where 4 or so hours ago, 3 crew members, we're assuming that they are crew members, were seen waving. 3 crew members were seen waving. Since then, not another update because of the area. The weather is extremely bad at this time. And so the search team had to return to their location. They have to wait, and they have to keep their fingers crossed that they will get another chance, another attempt to go right in the area, pick these guys up, and beat out, so to speak. Take photographs, take video of the crash site, and beat out right away with these members. Whether they are still alive or whether they're not, we don't know. But the objective is to get to the crash site, grab these guys, and move. Then they would know, they already know exactly where the crash site is. Then they can return when the weather changes for the better. And upon their return, they will be able to begin their investigation as to whether the helicopter was shot, whether it came down because of mechanical problems, or whether because of the weather it crashed. As of now, no one can say what's the reason for this helicopter going down. What we can do is assume, based on past experiences with some of the folks who have crashed in that area, we can assume that it actually crashed. But we cannot rule out. They get something called long-range missile. Adam Harris spoke earlier about, he rules out, those things can. I'm sorry, Adam. I'm really sorry, Adam. It can happen. And so even if there was a missile and it hit the helicopter, assuming we can't rule that out, I'm not saying that is the case, and it hit the tail of the helicopter, then what do you think is going to happen there? The helicopter is going to go down. We don't know whether that's but we can't rule that out. There has to be a proper investigation, and international investigators have to be there for this. The Guyana Defense Force or the Guyana Police Force cannot conduct such an investigation. They can assist, but they cannot lead such an investigation. And this is not to say that our guys are not competent. Some of them are competent, but this is beyond. The investigation of this crash site is beyond them at this time. So that is just the update that we're getting. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed as yet. Absolutely nothing. I'm reading some of your comments, and Well, that is true. Hosea Morgan is saying, and of course, they would know whether they were um, hit by something or crashed. Remember, the fog was there. They can just assume that maybe what happened? Heard a loud explosion. Who knows? We don't know. We just don't know. That is why I just do not want to speculate at all. Sometimes it appears that I'm speculating a little bit, but I stop short of that because I don't want the family members. Some of these family members, these guys, their family members are listening. Some of them are listening, and just in the interest of transparency, um, I reached out to one of these surviving. I'm saying surviving. I just don't know what's happening as yet, but one of these crew members, and to say to the spouse of that individual that, hey, our prayers are with you guys at this time. Our prayers are with you guys at this time. Um, Yep, sorry about that, guys. I just got some more reports coming in, and that's why I'm delayed in talking with you guys. But weather again, I just got another report. Weather again, weather. This is not. I want to say, trying to be very cautious with what I say, but this is not a good sign that weather is stopping them again. And if they are not able to continue with this here, as they said that they would have around a half hour, 35 minutes ago, if they are unable to resume the search again today, then we just got to do more than just praying. We got to pray, jump on some mountaintops and pray. But thus far, again, I just don't want to make anyone, especially family members, feel bad. But this weather report that we keep getting that is bad, um, some miracle will have to happen. Some miracle will have to happen at this juncture because the weather is just not good. And again, I say we do not want a situation where the rescue team, God forbid that they end up being a crash team also. We don't want that at all. So these guys on the rescue mission, they themselves have to be very careful. They themselves have to be very cautious. Of course, they're desperate to go and rescue those crew members. Of course, they're desperate to get to the crash site. And we can understand. We can just imagine how they're feeling right now, that every attempt they make to go to the crash site, to get to the crash site, to ensure that their crew members, their squaddies, their buddies, their colleagues are okay. We can just imagine every moment when they have to turn around and go back and wait, turn around and go back and wait, turn around and go back and wait. It's you can just imagine what's going through their minds. Just imagine. The nation awaits right now some positive news about this crash helicopter, hoping for some positive news. The good news, though, is that they have located, they know where the helicopter is, they know where the crash site is. And the even better news also is that three persons were seen waving at them. Three persons. We don't know anything else. I repeat, we do not know anything else. It's kind of like we are on the scene, but we are not, because we are talking with people, and we have people who are talking with people for us, the right people. And just to let you guys know, we're not talking to the people at Newsroom and NCN. They are the fake news set of people. Fake news. It was bad what they did yesterday to report that the helicopter discovered and the men discovered and everybody okay and so forth and so on. It was bad what they did. And thus far, they haven't apologized for that fake news, wrong news that they give out. Wrong news they give out. All right, so what else is happening as we await some sort of good words, some sort of good news, some sort of good news? It's just not, we're just not there as yet. We're not there at the good news as yet because, to put it bluntly, there's no good news after the first set of good news we got about 3 to 4 hours ago. After that, there's no other good news at all. And so we can just hope for the best. We can just, I want to reiterate, we can just hope for the best. And we're not going anywhere until we get some news, an update on what's really happening. We're not going anywhere. I'm going to eat my cheese roll or whatever right here in front of the camera. We're not going anywhere. Nowhere, according to Antidata. Nowhere. So you guys are going to stay right here with us. We're going to have lunch. We're going to have snack. We're going to have everything together right here. We are going to stay right here. All right, I'm just reading some of your comments, and while I'm getting some other messages coming in, I want to put some of those messages on strainer, as you would say, on strainer, and give you guys what I believe would be responsible and close to accurate information. But what we do know, though, and here's where we got to talk about it, that all of them with Maduro, hugging Maduro, living the good life with Maduro. And look at the guy that is very, very quiet right now. That's Donald Ramotar. Look at how he's holding on to Maduro's hand. And look at Maduro, his hand over Ashni Singh. And look at them. Look, just take a look. Maybe this explains, can one of the journalists on the ground try to reach out to Donald Ramotar? Because Donald Ramotar he was protesting with Mohammed and all these guys there on the ground against what's happening in the Middle East. They were more concerned about what's happening in the Middle East, but nothing at all about what's happening right now in Guyana. Not a word from Donald Ramotar as to this Venezuela crisis. Not a single word from Donald Ramotar. He hasn't taken to the streets to protest. He hasn't penned a letter. Nothing from Donald Ramotar. But look, they're standing there, hugging up Maduro, squeezing Maduro's hand. And look at Robeson Ben. Look at Caroline Rodriguez also in that picture. Look at them. Look at all of them. And while they were doing that, guess what Mara Jagdeo promised, according to what we are seeing on the video here? We can assume that he made this deal with Venezuela.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
Good. So they're whining and dining and hugging up and taking picture and all these sort of things with Maduro, while Maduro planning for them, planning and waiting like a snake in a bush, waiting like this venomous snake to take a bite in them. And that's exactly what this criminal Maduro has done. He dig a bite in them, a hot, hot bite, a stinging bite. And all of them are quiet. Robeson Ben quiet, but he knows to jump at press conferences and say who set fire, who start fire from New York, who fire. He gotta be a Obia man because he got Obia man face. He know who set fire, who this, who that, but he ain't gonna know how the helicopter crash. He ain't gonna know what's going on in Venezuela, Venezuela, and what Maduro is planning for Guyana. He ain't gonna go to Essequibo and see what's going on with the people in them, but he know he's sitting in his rat-infested office and know who in New York and who set fire for here and who did this and who that. These vagabonds, you're looking at all of them right here. None of them in this photograph is different from Maduro. Not a single one of them. Not a single one of them is different from Maduro. All of them are the same. Birds of a feather. Sorry about that, guys. I almost say, when I say birds of a feather, flock together. That's what it is. And we got to remind these people about this guy. This guy is the danger guy. This is why we are where we are.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
So Jagdeo is saying that you could make, he was willing, and the PVP, they were willing to make a slight concession. In other words, he was saying, and the PVP, they were saying to Venezuela, they were saying to Maduro, as they have said to Chavez, that they can share whatever profit and the escrow. That's all this guy is about, share. He wants to give a piece of not himself, which he should, but he wants to give a piece of Guyana. Since when Jagdeo get the transport for Guyana, that he can decide on who gets a piece and who doesn't get a piece. Well, Maduro doesn't just want a piece. He wants all. All because these criminals in the PVP regime have caused this to happen on the nation.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
How are you going to make a concession? The matter is currently before it's currently before the Criminal Court of Justice, right? That's where it is right now. The International Criminal Court of Justice, that is where it is. But yet this guy tried to say that is not true. He never said that. How could he say he never said? Come on, this guy has got to be a madman. Look, this is Jagdeo.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
Make a slight concession. Give away a piece of Guyana. Give away a piece of Guyana. Meanwhile, when people say what he has done, he gets vexed. His bumps raise. Bumps, mind you, raise. And then he starts to abuse and cuss out. But he ain't gonna cuss out Maduro. He's mind you, he's running away from Maduro, but cussing out the vice president of Venezuela, Rodriguez. Cussing she out. But on his skirt and he cussing and he running from Maduro, and then he would swing back, would jump on his stick, swing back to Guyana, his broomstick, swing back to Guyana with his skirt and start cussing Catiyus. Member of Parliament Catiyus.
Eve Moore or a border. And from someone, a low life like Catiyus.
You heard that? You heard this low life. The Ethnic Relations Commission has done nothing about it. The Cybercrime Unit has done nothing about it because those infractions are only for those charges are only for opposition people. But this Nimakaram, like Jack Dale, this Katahar, this Korhi, could say whatever he wants to say, and people must shut up their mouth. No, 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 no. Absolutely no, no to that. Because I wish to remind him that times have changed, right? Times have changed. Because as this singer sings here, times have changed.
This time a long time, this na day before time. Long time got them lang logy, now you got them bungalow. Long time got them lang logy, now you got them bungalow. This time a long time, this time a long time, this na day before time. This time a long time, this time a long time, this na day before time. Long time got them dirty dam, now you got them concrete road. Long time got them dirty dam, now you got them concrete road. Long time got them dirty dam, now you got them concrete road. Long time got them dirty dam, now you got them concrete road. This time a long time, this time a long time, this na day before time.
Yeah, he has to understand that this time the long time. And then they're going to jump up and then they're going to say who's unpatriotic, who's this, who's that. They're the ones. He is unpatriotic. This guy should have been charged with treason. Put him in solitary confinement for maybe 7 years. Put him there, rat and cockroach infested cell. Let him feel. Let him feel and go through the experience that he placed other people in. Uncomfortable experience. That is what because this guy is not a patriot. He is a flatfoot hustler that is ripping the nation apart. And outside of that, he is basically a big-time political con artist. That is what he is all about. In office to enrich himself, his family members, everybody close to him except the true Guyanese. Everybody close to him got to be. He gave his nephew-in-law, Robert Passad. Robert Passad is a foreign secretary. Robert Passad traveling all over. He a foreign secretary. So which means the foreign affairs minister ain't got no work to do because they cannot trust, they do not trust the foreign affairs minister because the foreign affairs minister is supposed to be the unofficial father and son-in-law of Donald Ramotar. And he and Donald Ramotar are at war right now. And so they don't trust UTAD. He has no confidence in UTAD. He feels that UTAD should not have been placed in that position. Hence, Jack Dale ensured that his nephew-in-law, Robert Passad, who wrecked the agriculture sector ministry, wrecked it. Remember, he's still to give a report on that gold heist out in Curacao, when a boat that was supposedly linked to the Mohammeds. He said that he was going to give a report. He ran away and there was no report until he returned, and now we hear he's foreign secretary. I don't know how comfortable this guy is sitting. These guys are sitting with foreign dignitaries, knowing very well that back in Guyana, they left that country in a mess, and some of them are so goddamn corrupt, only God knows. Now let's get back to the missing aircraft. Let's leave these Nimakaram for a few moments. But before we get back, let's remind all of you that's watching what Barra Jagdeo promised the Venezuelans and why we are where we are today.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
So he wants a concession. He wants to be able to make a slight concession, to give away a piece of Guyana, to give away something that doesn't belong to him, to give it away. Just take a piece, give it to his friends and cronies, just as what he did with the radio frequencies in Guyana. Before he demitted office in 2011, he gave away radio frequencies and television frequencies to his friends and families and cronies. That is what he did. In 2011, he did that. Just before he came out of office, he did just that. Robert Passad and all these people were able to get about 8, 9, 10 frequencies. His friend Bobby Ramsroop got about 10 frequencies. 10 frequencies friends and families got. And then when you apply for one radio frequency, they say, oh, they don't have, and you got to wait a long years. You got to wait years upon years. You have to wait. But they have 10 and 15 and 12 to give to one person, and 8 and 5 to give to one person that's connected to them. I don't know. Shame and disgrace what's happening in Guyana. Now back to these missing crew members of the Guyana Defense Force. Still missing, still no word, still no positive word. And it appears, based on how things are looking, it's after one in Guyana, and still no update as of an hour and a half ago. Nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing has changed. The last time we were able to get a bit of information when they had to return. And that was it. That was the last. We heard earlier there were good signs, mind you, over 4 hours ago or somewhere thereabout. Good signs that has since been changed. There has been no further update. None whatsoever, other than the weather is extremely bad. And having said that, if, let us assume that 3 of the members were physically capable of waving, and they tried their best to wave over 4 or 5 hours ago, maybe, at such a crash site. We don't know the physical condition of these 3 guys, assuming they're 3 members of the crew who were waving. That's what we heard. We don't know their physical condition. We don't know what has happened to them. Whether they were injured, they're just waving, whether they need, of course, all of them need help. We don't know what has changed since then. It has been over 4 hours now, and they are still there. We don't know whether some of them are alive. We don't know whether all of them are alive. We don't know whether all of them are no longer around. We don't know. We just don't know. And I'm trying to say to all of us, let us not speculate at all. Of course, having a rescue team, you'll have to have medical personnel on that rescue team. What's the sense you have a rescue team going to what is now considered a crash site and not have medical personnel on that team? Oh, of course, you have to have that, guys. It's only some dumbos will go to a crash site without medical kit, a doctor, and these sort of things. And, the Army does have that. So they are going to be at that crash site, whether today, whether tomorrow. We just don't know. We just don't know. But the weather, the last information I got as of less than 5 minutes ago, nothing has changed. And let me say this, though. Nothing has changed is not a good sign for those assuming that the men, they still have some survivors there. And I'm just not going to say this to be pessimistic in any way, shape, or form. We want these guys to be recovered, all of them. But 4 or 5 hours and the rescue team cannot get to the site. We can safely say for now that it is not a good sign. We are still optimistic. We're still keeping hope alive because it's after 1 in Guyana now. And if closer to 3 o'clock or 3:30, there's nothing there, you know what has to happen, right? Do not, you know what, because if it's bad weather, and that is what we keep hearing, bad weather, bad weather. And if we keep hearing bad weather, we just got to intensify with the prayers. Bad weather. Every time you hear bad weather, continue to pray. Louder and louder and louder. Bad weather, louder. That's what I just heard again. Bad weather in the area. Very bad weather. Very, very bad weather at this time. And we've just got to move beyond praying. There got to be a miracle here. And it will be a miracle if all of these guys are recovered alive. And that's what we want, mind you. I'm not sitting here at all and hoping for the worst. I'm certainly not sitting here hoping for the worst. We want all of the servicemen to be back home safely in the arms of their loved ones during this holiday season. We can only keep hope alive. That is all we can do at this time. Keep hope alive. And I keep reiterating that because I don't, usually they have some pack who will go out and say, oh, Ben Shap said this and Ben Shap. No, we are keeping hope alive. The sign, I must say, that the signs that we've been getting about bad weather, and the search team is unable to reach to the crash site, sensible people can draw their conclusions into saying that it doesn't look good that way. And let us hope that the weather pattern changes for the better and that the search team is able to make a quick fly in, grab these servicemen, grab them, put them in the medic van or med van or whatever, and then the medical personnel will do whatever that is necessary, whatever that's necessary, so that they can be taken to a hospital, nearby hospital, or flown all the way to the capital. We don't know as yet, other than they are unable to reach to the site at this time. And we are not going anywhere until we get another update. We are just not going anywhere because we need another update, hopefully a positive update. But the bad weather update that we are getting is just not what we need to hear. At this time, it's just not what we need to hear. Let me check some of your comments, please. As I check here, somebody's saying the First Lady is in China, who, I haven't been, and I see this Steve Reese, whoever Steve Reese is, has been for the past hour talking about the First Lady there in China. First Lady there in China. The First Lady and Irfan got divorced. I mean, I know usually one life to live and days of our lives would come on around this time, soap opera. We can deal with that issue some other time. Whether the First Lady in China shopping, whether she and Jack Irfan got divorced, we don't. I mean, probably later on this evening we could get a soap opera stuff, but oh man, Reese, no, it's not time for that, man. But I hope though that Irfan Ali's wife, I hope she's not in China at this time. I just hope she's not in China. But whether they're gonna divorce and whether, Reese, man, who is this? Lemon, who is it that some Reese for the past hour? Oh man, every minute, who going to divorce and who not going to divorce and who going. Well, Miss Shalom Washington is a divorce lawyer. They can, Irfan Ali can contact Miss Washington at her office for that. But we get far better things right now to deal with than deal with who going to divorce who. Sorry, Reese, I don't mean to be, I'm not getting at you or insulting at you, but we got better thing than to deal with if he left she left he, who left who and who can get left. And, but one of the things though, if she's in China shopping, then we gotta take that as a serious concern at this time. At this time, she should not be in China shopping. I don't know whether she's in China shopping, but Reese is adamant about that for over 1 hour. Reese just at it until Reese just got little attention on the matter, right? Reese is probably smiling and say, "Yep, I got little attention. Let me go on my way now." All right, so let me check out your comment. These guys again, Brigadier retired Gary Beaton, who is an advisor, we are told, to Irfan Ali. He is on one of the 7 crew members. Colonel Michael Shahood was promoted not so long ago. Then Lieutenant Colonel Sean Welcome, Corporal Dwayne Jackson, Lieutenant Andio Michael Crawford, Staff Sergeant Jason Khan, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Charles. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Charles has over 40 years experience flying. 40 years, that's not easy, that's not 4 months, 4 days, 4 hours. 40 years experience. 40, I repeat, 40 years experience flying. 40 years experience flying. He knows the area pretty good. What happened? We don't know. I don't wish to speculate at this time what may have happened. I just don't want to speculate at all about anything. And so that's why we are awaiting information from individuals who know what we're talking about. Meanwhile, we notice the PPP regime, they're celebrating roads. They got roads now, so they're celebrating roads. Roads they're celebrating, and the roads with cement and so forth. That's all they're celebrating. Roads that cost 10,000 US, they put it at 10 million US. And that's what they do all the time. What else is it that we can touch on? Just to have you know that coming up shortly, they have the Butcher from Unity. The Butcher from Unity has a press conference coming up. The Butcher from Unity has a press conference coming up at the top of the hour, and we want to be able to carry that. Release from the U.S. Embassy in Guyana. It says, in collaboration with the Guyana Defense Force, the U.S. Southern Command will conduct flight operations within Guyana on December 7th. That's today. This exercise builds upon routine engagement and operations to enhance security partnership between the United States and Guyana and strengthen regional cooperation. And now, you're not hearing this. This is good for me. I feel it's good, but you're not hearing that China's military and Saudi Arabia military and so forth partnering with the Guyana Defense Force. We're not hearing that. No. We're not hearing that at all. Not at all. It's always back to the United States. Always back to the United States. And most of them in the PPP, they love to curse out the United States. Let the United States mind their own business and all manner of stupidity. Remember, remember what she did, right? Priya Manik-Chan cursed then ambassador to the U.S. Uh, U.S. ambassador to Guyana, Brent Hart, cursed him at the ambassador's residence and told him basically to mind his own goddamn business and stop meddling in the affairs of the internal affairs of Guyana, all because he was speaking out about the fact that local government elections were not held for over 20 years under the PPP regime. And this lady got in. She got there at the ambassador's residence and cursed him out. But now they're happy. Jack Dew and all of them leaning. Oh, America, help them. Oh, I help Abby now, no. All right, so here what we'll do. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more of Straight Up on 107.1 FM. Don't go anywhere because you got to hear what Tanti Moral has to say and how he gonna abuse out. He gonna proper abuse out because his bumps raises whenever this is aired.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
So he wants to make a slight concession. They should tell the international media that they, the PPP, they've promised to make a slight concession. But Maduro now wants to make a big concession. That's what Maduro wants. While they were huggy-duggy and hugging up Maduro and kissing up Maduro, if you notice, Donald Ramotar holding on to Maduro's hands and all manner of things. And look how it turned back and bite them, right? All right. Don't forget, guys, we'll be right back. Here is something about Sue. Reminding Jack Deere about Sue.
Mr. Mark, I believe every word of what Mr. Shu is saying. I am also afraid of Mr. Shu. Mr. Shu, if you are listening, I don't want anybody to harm you. This is a serious thing. Corruption is big. And we Chinese have to stop that. Been bullied by Jack Deere and other government official to pay bribe. It's big all over Guyana. A Chinese to pay by bribe. Mr. Shu, I hope you to stay strong. Do not. We respect and salute you for your bravery, for coming up and speak against corruption in Guyana. Thank you, Mr. Shu. We appreciate you, Mr. Mark. 马克，我相信每一句苏先生说的话。我现在很担心苏先生。苏先生，如果你在听我说话，我不想任何人威胁你。圭亚那政府腐败很严重，这个是很严重的事情。我们中国人必须停止被那些政府用武力行贿。苏先生，我希望你能继续你的发表，也希望你在新的一年万事如意。
Oh maninja, kena cotton price na pay attack. Price and flour there a chapa wayuminata. Oh maninja, kena cotton price na pay attack. Price and flour there a chapa wayuminata. People, come let me go. People, come let me go. Pick up your glass and pot glass and go. Me walk hard in the back of the hand, get them pan. Me walk hard in the back of the hand, get them pan. When we get the money, we gone in the pan. Oh my ninja, can't cotton price not pay a tan. Rice and flour, they rush up, what you mean at all? Manja lefty esto, kia to gore. Manja lefty esto, kia to gore. When the father eda, she cry every day. She cry every day, so she cry every day. Get away, me na raja, me na go sanamu. Get away, me na raja, me na go sanamu.
All right, welcome back. I've noticed that some conflicting reports that a helicopter is landing with the crew members being recovered. Be very, very cautious with the reports that you're getting. Be extra careful with reports. Be extra careful with what you share from media houses that are not recognized as legitimate media houses. Be extra careful with the information. There has not been any confirmation that the rescue team has arrived at the crash site. There is no update. There is no official update at all since we last spoke. And if, for example, 30 minutes ago they had to go in to the crash site area, if you do the math, 30 minutes from now, arriving at the crash site, grabbing those crew members, putting them back on the rescue mission flight, and heading to Georgetown, they would not arrive anytime soon as of now. And so take all those things into consideration as people give you conflicting reports. Be very careful with what you share, what information. I know somebody sent a link where a helicopter is supposedly landing with crew members. They didn't say, of course, if a helicopter is going to land, they will have crew members on the helicopter. But they didn't specifically say that they were crew members from this crash site or not. So guys, be very, very careful with what you share at this point in time. Coming up in just about 25 minutes or so, Tanti Moral has abuse out press conference. The guy who was prepared to give away a piece of Guyana to Venezuela, Barra Jack Dale. Just a waste of time, but it's oftentimes good to hear him lie. And when he lies, we correct that almost in real time.
Yeah, my name is Jacinti Caldata, Francis Vietnam, and since 1965, I become a voter. And I always place my ex next to the cop. And what they are doing today, I can't take it. So I have no more vote to give to PPP anymore. I'm not going to vote anymore no more. If they have to lose by one vote, they're losing it by data. I have none.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
Oh, Jesus Christ, if cost of living double, I don't know what happened. A pound of sugar is $300 already. Flour, everything gone up. Everything just raising. You gotta get about $40,000 for buy good ration. You gotta get 3 man now. A weekend man, a monthly man, and a fortnight, man.
I've lived in Guyana and I've attended multilateral school. And from my primary days in school to secondary school, I've learned and I've understood that Guyana covers 83 square miles of landmass. I didn't hear that.
Forget about that guy for a moment. Then, just an FYI, it appears that Suriname now on the east is raising up its skirt now concerning New River Triangle. And so Suriname now wants a piece of Guyana, which was totally expected at this time, because I was just wondering why it took them that long to start raising up an ant's nest as it pertains to the New River Triangle. And now we're hearing that Suriname is acting up. Mind you, the PPP moved away from the president of Suriname, Santoki, because Santoki was the lead prosecutor in a previous government, and he was after prosecuting folks who were connected to the PPP regime, Roger Khan and his guys, and arrested them and tied them up like guana and so forth. And so they have had that hatred for Santoki since then. But when Santoki became president of Suriname, the Kamala was running for Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, they felt happy. They felt happy because they were looking for a trifecta. That Irfan as quote-unquote president of Guyana, then Kamala, not Harris, but Kamala of Trinidad and Tobago was going to be the prime minister. Then the president then of Suriname would be Santoki. And then there would have been this trifecta. You know what I mean by the trifecta. It's pretty obvious by now. And Santoki wasn't playing ball with them. And so what they did, they gone to Suriname, and because they got information that the then girlfriend of Santoki was Guyanese. And they tried to play that up now to say, hey, Alabawan, bye. And so they befriended Santoki and his wife and brought them to Guyana and so forth and so on. But it wasn't working out. Things wasn't working out. But the PPP is ashamed to come publicly to say that Santoki wants nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing to do with them. Santoki, even though, yes, he's having problems within his own administration, but Santoki knows that the PPP guys, Jack Dew and all those guys, are corrupt. He wants absolutely nothing to do with them. And so Santoki at this time is reminding Guyana that a piece of Guyana belongs to Suriname. That is what is happening right now. It is not true. Everybody wants a piece of Guyana. You guys know that reggae song, the guy Gully Bob just passed away. Everybody wants a walk off, everybody wants a walk off of Guyana now. On the western side, Maduro wants a walk off of Guyana. Maduro wants a piece of Guyana, unjustly. That part of Guyana doesn't belong to Maduro or Venezuela. And then you go down further to the east now, Santoki and Suriname want a piece off of Guyana. They want a walk off of Guyana. Everybody. And the New River Triangle area, if you recall, a few years ago, under the PPP, their friends in CGX, oil exploration group of folks, a Canadian and a friend of the PPP, own CGX, were both under then President Baltasar, Desi Baltasar, decided to chase them away with a heavily well-equipped gunboat, chase them out, chase CGX out of the New River Triangle area. And so that's just what's happening at this point in time. Suriname has written to the World Court now, according to information, saying that objecting to something now in the New River Triangle area. I noticed someone is saying that my signal is weak. Really? Mr. Francis, my signal is weak? I just don't get it. I'm not sure that it's my signal. Somebody's saying Thomas Pearson is saying it sounds like war bread. Well, we know it's a typo there. So under the PBPC regime, these things are happening. These things are happening. These things are happening under the PBPC regime. Bad news all across Guyana as a result of these really, really evil people in office right now. Jack Dio and Irfan and the really, really bad Honduras in office right now. No different than that criminal in Venezuela, Maduro. Look, I was surprised when the Americans, through the State Department and the White House, lifted that sanction against Venezuela, against Maduro, lifted the sanction. And then after they lifted the sanction, Maduro still has dozens of political prisoners still in prison. It looks as though the State Department, the White House will have to, with immediate effect, reinstitute sanctions against Maduro and his entire administration. The sanctions have to be reinstated with immediate effect. Because as soon as the sanctions were lifted, Maduro started to misbehave. Those sanctions and the arrest warrant for Maduro and some criminal members of his administration have to go right back into effect. It's just my opinion, mind you. Let us try to see if we can get some more information. Like I've said, we're not going anywhere. We're just looking for information, more information on this situation right now in Guyana.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
And I asked her for us to get married. So she said, let me go and I can found but let me read me no one for me. How are you going to be a jam and the Bible? How are you going to be a in a bed for your market? But you know what it is to love. Not if you are you going to be love. Not if you are you going to be love. Pero la vida es dona de Chipoti, Yanalano, Yamari, Ayatri, Menake, Wadi, you say Boti, I know tomorrow, the Gomari. How are you? What do we not Yaman, how are you? What do we not? In a bed for the market, what you do, Mari, do not get the why you got to be down. Do not get the why you got to be down.
You know, there's a part in this particular song that I really, really like. And this is the part that I like. And for those of you who understand it, let us, as we await King Liar, lies at this press conference coming up in just a few minutes' time. Let me see if you guys understand this part. Okay, so while we await his press conference, and we will carry it live right here just to expose the lies coming out of his mouth, the usual lies, and hopefully by then we should get some sort of report. Thus far, there's nothing new. I saw somebody, two persons sent me some information with some helicopter landing with crew members. Just disregard that. It's not credible information at this point in time. We want to give you credible information. That's what we want to give you. So part of that song was basically saying that the song basically saying that the guy is no good. What you gonna do with him? He not fit for go in the market. That's him. This guy, Jack Dale is no good. He not fit for go in the market. And so the woman is saying, what you gonna do with this chamar, Kebai? What are you doing with this chamar? This low life? What are you gonna do with him? He not fit for nothing. He not fit for go in the market. He not fit. And that's according to the song. I just thought I'd give you guys a little breakdown with the song. Still nothing as yet. Absolutely, information has gone. Information has gone. Information has gone. Information has gone. As of now, information has gone zoop. And so we are still awaiting information from credible sources. Credible sources. That's what we're looking for information from. Now I know somebody posts some helicopter and helicopter touching down and that's it. You guys, please do not share those sort of information with me. With all due respect, just don't do it. Somebody wants to hear the song back again. Sure, why not?
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
A slight concession. We got to keep reminding you guys about that. A slight concession. That is why Maduro moved in, because these guys were kissing up and sucking up and jarring and chatting Maduro. And now Maduro move in for the big kill. Just move in for the big kill. And this is what's happening. Karma come right back and biting them right, where Oscar bite you. Right there. Karma biting them. All of them right now. Every single one of them right now. Every single one of them right now. Every single one of them. We're still awaiting some sort of update on what's happening with the search team. No word as yet, and no word as yet should be. No word as yet should be fair enough. I don't want to say good news. I don't want to say bad news, but no word is just what it is. No word. Um, no word. None whatsoever. And it's a shame that the country is where it is. It's in the hands of some very, very bad hombres, very, very bad guys, very unpatriotic guys who are willing to give away a piece of Guyana, who are willing to sell out Guyana for 12, not 20, 12 pieces of silver so that they can build little big semi mansions, they can drive fancy cars, they can go to China and shop, they can go to Dubai and shop, they can go all over, things they would have never, could have never imagined. With your money, taxpayers' money, your oil wealth, and all these things, every single thing happening at this point in time, every single thing happening at this time. Um, Again, I am not going with who said and somebody inbox somebody. Uh, Mind you guys, I don't operate in who said, she said this, he said that, this, but he said this. We want to bring you accurate information. And this is not to say that people in a little Susu Karna wouldn't probably have little truth to whatever they have to say, but these things are important to the entire nation. And I'm not going to be dealing with Susuin. Somebody say, hey, you know what? Somebody said this, or somebody said that, or, you know, girl, you hear this, or why you hear it. I'm not going to operate like that. You know, I'm just not going to operate like that. We've got to be very, very cautious with how we do and how we report on things. We do not want to be like the PPP media houses or the PPP control media houses in spreading wrong information. Not at all. We're not going to tolerate that. We're not going to tolerate, you know, like you get up in the morning on the quarantine, and I'm just using this on the quarantine because you guys know how fond I am about the quarantine. And girl, you in here, what happened? Bobby to get away, she gone, she gone. Or hey, girl, you in here? Wave me gone, wave me get away with what you name son. This time poor wave me home, and that's it. Poor wave me home, and that's it. Or Dwayne get away with somebody, Francine thief somebody foul or something like that. So the point I'm making is that we want to, I know at this time, lots and lots of propaganda will be out there. We don't want this to be a platform for propaganda. And so we just don't want to be that sort of avenue where people would come and just throw in, you know, I was going to say something else, but I am live, and only probably country folks will probably get the message. You know, you just on the road, Carney, you just pull on your pants, drop a lump, pay, drop a lump. Of course, some people understand. And that is how some people treat propaganda. You know, you drop a lump by Ben Sharp, you drop a lump by Beatrice, you drop a lump by Delan, you drop two lumps by Francine, and you spread the propaganda like that. We don't want that at all. This is serious, serious business. And so that's why we're ensuring that we treat it as such. 7 crew members, 7 members of the Guyana Defense Force are at this time missing. The last update we got was weather prevented the search team from going to the crash site. It turned back. We haven't gotten a proper update as yet, and we are hoping to get a proper update. Again, we are hoping to get a proper update because we want this thing to be resolved in a manner that is suitable to all involved, including family members who are currently, some of whom are on the live, they're watching, and they're anxiously awaiting some sort of positive news. And we can only wish them the best. We can say that we also want a positive outcome to this, and we will do nothing to interfere with that positive vibe and that positive mindset that the family members have at this time. And so we wish not to spread any propaganda. And for those who are sharing unconfirmed report, propaganda, who said this and this body said that, please don't be offended, but just desist from sending me who said this and who said that. You're in here, Tanti Mora said this. Good evening again. Good afternoon to all of you guys. I know all of you are anxiously awaiting some sort of positive outcome of this whole situation, and we can all just sit together and keep hope alive. Wayne Caesar has joined us in the audience. Good evening to Mr. Caesar. It's a busy day for Wayne as well. You know, he's a public accountant. He deals with numbers and figures and all these sort of things. And so, Wayne, what is Wayne saying here? Good afternoon to you, Mr. Caesar. Wayne is saying here, normal Guyanese can't even get a piece of land. Now Venezuelan Maduro is trying to take Essequibo, which represents 2/3 of Guyana's land mass. When are we, or when will Guyanese people get a break from these atrocities? Atrocities indeed, Mr. Caesar. But when Guyanese start voting on issues, when they start voting on issues and not race. And here's a comment from Donna Brung Harcourt. Donna happens to be the mother of Courtney Crummy-Wing. Good afternoon to you, Donna. Hope all is well. Can Guyana judiciary tell us what contributes to treason in our country? We are confused. Donna, treason, the charge of treason is just for certain people, mind you. And we all know who those certain people are. And I repeat, we all know who those certain people are, that even though there's no evidence of treason, those certain people will be charged. We have seen it before. No evidence. They don't care whether they have evidence or not. And then they instigate treason charges against political opponents. And we have seen it before, haven't we? Yeah. Meanwhile, Jack Deere is allowed to say these things and not be charged with treason. Jack Deere should be charged with treason. This is the evidence.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
Treasonous. They picked other people up, charged them with treason, and I really do mean other people up, and charged them with treason. One particular lady I know, she spent over a year in solitary confinement, for the most part, in shackles and handcuffs. And there was no evidence against Carol Ann Monroe and her husband, Bruce Monroe, and another Army officer, Wharton. 3 of them, no evidence, none whatsoever. None. You guys all know of another individual who was charged, trumped up charges of treason, and spent 5+ years in solitary confinement. No evidence, nothing, absolutely nothing. So treason, and you guys know who that individual is, right? Mind you. And so a treason charge for these Pacus, like Jack Deere and them, is just basically you throw it at whether it sticks or not, and in most cases it can't stick. The only time that a treason charge could have been able to make it through the courts was in the 1990s, when several PPP operatives, some of them were serving members of the Guyana Defense Force, and one serving member of the Guyana Police Force was actually caught, according to information, mind you, caught training people with weapons and so forth to overthrow Desmond Hoyt's government. And they were caught red-handed with weapons and training and all these things. That was very close, very, very close to seeing a conviction of treason. But after 1992, October 5th, when the PNC was quote-unquote defeated after the intervention of the Carter Center, President Jimmy Carter was there. They were there. And so when Jagan got into office, he was able to release those guys who were very close of a conviction, mind you, if it had gotten to that level. Not the other, as Clem David used to say, pia kind of treason accused, no evidence, no nothing, but you just want to teach people a lesson. And that's all it is for some of these guys. All right, so what we will do, remember Tanti Moral, the butcher from Unity will be on soon, and we want to be able to hear the lies coming from this butcher.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area.
But let me tell you, we're a peaceful people, struggling, we struggle. I mean, I look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside places, from foreign places, talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass. I will love the open country of the roof and and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Don't we be criticizing. This is our home, we love it, and we mean to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not no one to sake, not one rice bread, not one for us, not a blade of grass, not one golden apple, not one jamun, not a drop of water from the Pomeroon, not one breadfruit, not one white tea, not one guinea, not one lime tree, not a one sapodilla, not one Caroline, not one sugar cane, or a dry of lime, not one sherriga, not one crackate, not one guinea, not one blue sake, not one rice bread. Venezuela, all yours, not a blade of grass. This land is our land now. We're gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow, but never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving from here. Make no mistake. So we ain't giving up the mountain, and we ain't giving up no tree, and we ain't giving up the river that belongs to we. Not the one blue sake, not the one rice grain, not one for us, not a blade of grass. Every time we sing this song to our Guyanese audience, a chorus does break out. And here is your chorus to break out. All your turn to sing. You don't come here to sit down and listen, you come here to sing. 1, 2, 1, 2. No, we ain't giving up no mountain. And we ain't giving up. All right. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not the one blue sake. Not the one rice grain. Not one for us. One more time. Not a blade of grass. Let me hear you. No, we ain't giving up no mountain. Yes. No, we ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not the one blue sake. No, we ain't giving up no mountain. No, we ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not the one blue sake. Not the one rice grain. Not one for us. Not a bit of grass. We have come to the almost to the end. We have one more song to do, and I just want to tell you briefly that this song is a song that came out of a fete we played in New York about 3 years ago. Maybe some of you were there, I don't know. But it was a night when it was a.
All right, welcome back. We will spend a few more minutes because we want to hear Lyson lie his gut away. And meanwhile, we are still awaiting. There's a blockout in terms of news, a blockout in terms of information all around. And that blockout for me, again, it's just my opinion, is at this time either that there's no update or there's something to read in something otherwise to read in to this blockout that we're currently, those of us who have access to something. So yes, there is a blockout of information, a blockout of whatever it is, and I can suspect that it's coming directly from the PPP hierarchy, who basically wants to cover up the situation, cover up what's happening, and shut all information out so that they are the ones to control whatever information is being put out there in public domain. Nevertheless, we will continue to dig deeper into other areas as well, and nothing, absolutely nothing. And this is what happens. They deliberately do these sort of things in order to facilitate the propaganda being spread. They love the propaganda, and that is what they want. The propaganda that they were spreading on NCN yesterday, the propaganda that they were spreading on Newsroom as of yesterday, that is what they want, the propaganda news to spread. Because the more propaganda they have, and that's why I'm saying you guys refrain from doing that, they feel it's going to divert attention from the big picture. And we refuse to fall prey to that. Any form of propaganda, we are not going to fall for that PPP trickery. It is what it is, But as of now, there's no further information we have. We will have to change gear. We're going to have to change direction. And I'm just being very transparent with you guys. All doors have been shut. Orders have been sent to all military offices. All military offices and individuals who are connected to the National Security Board, or whatever you call it, to shut down all information at this time. And let me just say this, guys. It is just not a good sign. Shutting down of information is not a good sign. And here's where the conspiracy theories or theorists are going to step in and try to fix this puzzle. And one of the things people can and would probably start to assume is, what happened to that helicopter? What really happened to that helicopter? Was it shot down? Those are questions people will start to ask. Was it shot down by the Venezuelans? One, have they gotten to the site? And after they got to the site, the news wasn't that great. And you guys know what I mean by the news wasn't that great. We don't know as yet. We just don't know as yet. But something, again, I repeat, something isn't right about what is currently happening as it pertains to the order, as it pertains to the order of the High Command of the Guyana Defense Force and those at State House or Office of the President, shut out all information. But watch what's going to happen. It's going to open the floodgate for propaganda, for people to start taking upon their own to speculate what has happened. Everywhere else shut down. Nothing, no news, nothing. It's as though they just grabbed everybody, they kidnapped everybody, the PPP regime that is, and shut them out completely. Shut them out completely. No information, none whatsoever. And this, again, I repeat, guys, is definitely not a good sign at all. In my opinion, it is not a good sign at not a good sign. And mind you, Bharat Jagdeo promised the people, his supporters, not the nation, because the majority of the people don't listen to him. People who do is basically for the lies. But it's almost 10 minutes after 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, 10 minutes after 2 o'clock in Guyana, and Bharat Jagdeo is nowhere to be found. Nowhere. Maybe we can ask Wayne Caesar to go and look where Bharat Jagdeo is. P. Alicock, go and look where Bharat Jagdeo is. He's missing in action. Where is Bharat Jagdeo? People are waiting to hear the lies and the cuss down and the abuse out. Francine Cruz. Francine, where is Jagdeo? Can you tell us? He has gone into hiding 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes after. And his so-called press conference, there is none thus far. No press conference thus far, unless he's being briefed on some latest development, unless there is some fight between himself and Irfan Ali, where Irfan Ali probably asked him not to have any press conference at this time, and Bharat Jagdeo, his usual self, wants to have a press conference because he believes he has a voice and he has to talk and people would listen. No. We want to hear his lies, or he's probably waiting to see if we're going to get off of 107.1 before he goes on. No, we are staying right here. We ain't going nowhere. we are staying right here. Even if we got to eat milk and rice and stay right here, we will eat milk and rice and stay right here. I was going to suggest, but I don't know virtual. You can't, there can be no virtual eating. Nobody could squeeze a bag of mitai, a bag of pulori, a half pound of white pudding with some nice sour or something, uh, or something. I don't know. But there's no press conference at this time. I'm beginning to wonder why. Can somebody say why there's no press conference? At least not now. There's nothing as yet. Absolutely nothing as yet. Our operator is saying there's nothing as yet. Can you guys say what's on your mind, what you think is happening? He has a change of heart? I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. We're getting some messages coming in. We'll take a quick break and see what those messages are saying. We'll be back with more right here. Don't go anywhere, guys. Just don't go anywhere.
A magic night. It was a Guyana night, and people were nostalgic about Guyana. And I was moved by it, and went back to Cayman and wrote a song. We come across the Caribbean Sea, mother, father, picnic, and we settled down in GT. Why, oh, we sat down in the pouring rain, in the hot sun and the sugar cane, and we planted the rice and cane. Why, oh, yes, we take off the boots and we put on the roots. Why, oh, so remember the crabwood that grow in Essequibo is real. And the zigzag tree and the saki is real. And the lava that run from the Viacon is real. And the Wallaba force on the current coast is real. I had the wandering crab is real. Truly Denab is real. Humanayana is real. Fricorina is real. Arapaima is real. Humanayana is real.
Basement level vibes with another one, straight up blackness. Aye, who tell the truth? Mark Benscop, defend the ghetto youth. Mark Benscop, radio station is the fruit. Mark Benscop, straight up from the root. Mark Benscop, who tell the truth? Mark Benscop, defend the ghetto youth. Mark Benscop, radio station is the fruit.
And about 30 minutes has elapsed since. So we expect that they would be there in about 30 minutes. And then all the equipment necessary to extract people from that site would be available at that point in time, including the Omni helicopters. So we're hoping that in another 30 minutes, the soldiers will get to the site. We're keeping our fingers crossed. That's what the most information we can bring at this point in time to you. Now, tomorrow, the United Nations Security Council will be considering the request from Guyana. And that meeting will take place at 3 p.m. We're extremely pleased that they have taken up this matter with this sense of urgency, and also that the United Nations Secretary General has sent to the Security Council the provisional measures announced by the ICJ. So clearly, the entire Security Council will have available from the Secretary General the full ruling of the International Court of Justice and the provisional measures. And one of those measures, there are two measures, but the first one restrains Venezuela from taking any measure whatsoever that would alter the status quo on the ground. And the status quo is defined by the current border as established by the 1899 award. So we expect the Security Council to deal with this matter swiftly. Now, all of this came about largely because of the December 5th announcement by Maduro. But before I talk a bit about the situation and share our perspective on key elements of the Venezuelan strategy, I want to say a few words about us here in Guyana. Now, understandably, there's a great deal of anxiety among our people, particularly those who live in the Essequibo. We are a people who are not accustomed to war. We've been living at peace for centuries in this land. And so it's understandable when belligerent power like Venezuela would threaten the existence of a significant part of our country. And we have to ensure that all of those people who have these misgivings, that we don't reinforce these anxieties by being glib, by being belligerent, by being sometimes purely unconscionable, sharing Venezuelan extremist views that cause greater anxiety. And even sometimes you could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So this is not just unpatriotic, it's unconscionable. Now, we will do all that we have to do to defend our country. And people, every citizen in this country needs to understand that. Whatever it takes, we will pursue that path. Whatever it takes. And we're going to spare no effort in safeguarding every bit of the territory of this country. We're serious about that. That's our commitment to the people of this country. Whatever it takes. You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. What will not happen in this government is that we are going to give a ball-by-ball blow of every meeting that we have, every discussion we have, every phone call we make. That's not going to happen because that's not how you pursue diplomacy. And it seems as though there's a group of people who, in the guise of information sharing, wants us to do that. We're not going to conduct diplomacy, which often is most effective when it's done quietly. We're not going to conduct it in a public manner or from a PR perspective. A lot of discussions have been taking place at the highest levels in this country among a diverse group of people across many countries and organizations. You have seen the results of it in some of the most robust statements coming out from across the world. From across the world, and from major countries. For a country, a small country like ours, which doesn't have a major foreign presence in terms of many embassies, to achieve that degree of success means that we have an active diplomacy that is respected. And to argue about whether it's done by the foreign ministry, the prime minister, the vice president, the foreign minister, the president, is not productive. It's been done by all of the people that I mentioned and others, the technical staff at various levels. But it's not going to be done in the public domain. So I've seen some calls for more information to be made in the public. A lot of the leaders are not, they don't want their private views to be expressed in the public domain, but they reflect their views in their government's policies. So there was a big controversy about us leaving the country to go to COP28 in Dubai. Now, before COP28, I made it clear that we will be there, but the president shall return at a press conference held right here, that the president shall return before the referendum in Venezuela, which he did. But that was the subject of a major debate in this country when the president left. Now, Maduro could not have gone to COP. The Venezuelan delegation there, we didn't even know if they had a delegation there because they lack profile and nobody wants to speak with them. Unlike in Guyana's case, we went to a gathering where you had most of the world leaders in a single room, and we could have spoken to them one-on-one or their delegation. What's the best forum to advocate for your cause than one where all the leaders are there together? You would not have met them in that manner, in a very informal manner almost. Even if you had worked the phones for days, it was one of the best vehicles for us to.
He's trying to justify that situation. They're embarrassed. They got caught. They're embarrassed. They've been exposed. Nothing he says makes sense. Absolutely nothing.
Forest, etc., but also brief them about Venezuela's aggressive intent to our country and bring a lot of them up to date on how this matter was settled in 1899. A lot of leaders often act on the basis of briefs that they would have seen and read, but they have so many things to do, so they don't pay particular attention to lots of the details of issues. But when you sit across the table and speak it, then they understand the issues. And we use that forum, and not just there, but in New York and many, and our presence abroad, to make sure that we advance the diplomatic efforts, and very, very successfully. You've seen the public images of some of the leaders that we met, but there are many others that we didn't meet. There weren't images at various levels. So here in Guyana, we will work to keep our country safe and our people safe. Our diplomatic efforts are geared towards that. Now, an incessant assessment of whether the GDF has the same capability as the Venezuelan army, it's not helpful. We know that from a very long time, that the size of the Venezuelan army is probably 30 times that of ours, because they have a large population. and they've had more border conflicts with other countries, and they've been a more belligerent nation than we have ever been in the past. In fact, we have a You could defensive probably, sort of on the engagement. maritime And area, our give military is built Venezuela to a channel defend out to our the sea. borders, but we place great store in our diplomacy, as most small countries do, because they don't have the military might to or the resources to build up that capability. But one thing is important in this world. It is forging relationships with allies that have greater capabilities and share your strategic interests. And in this case, we have allies who share our strategic interests. They want peace in this region, the entire CARICOM, the entire Latin America, including Brazil.
Yes, my name is Jacinti Caldata, Francis
that are
Vietnam,
prepared to defend peace in the region.
and since 1965 I become a voter, and I always place my X next to the
because
cup.
of their
And what they are
lack
doing
of
today,
democracy
I can't
in
take it.
Venezuela,
So I have no more vote to give to
Venezuelan
people.
aggression.
I'm not going to vote
to
anymore.
other
No more.
countries in the
If they
region.
have to
We've
lose
made
by
it very
one vote, they're
explicit
losing it by data.
that in this hemisphere they're not going to allow it. And we have to extend our capabilities on the basis of the defense cooperation with these allies, and we have done so that we can really fulfill what we have said, that should the worst happen.
All right, just enough of that. It's just he's puckering. He's just trying to find a way for the light to the nation. He has nothing much to say. But what is of significance, though, is that he did say, and this is where, if our operator could just remove him. What he did say is that the search team will resume in about half hour. They're having serious problems. It's almost 2:30 in Guyana, and it's not a good sign with regards to the problem with the weather and getting to the site and so forth. So the guys are going to resume in about maybe 15 to 20 minutes from now. Let's hope that they are successful this time. That's just the latest with regards to these crew members. That's what we've been hearing. We just thought that we give you a piece of King Liar. He's just lying his way out. He's lying about why they went to Dubai. They went there because they were running away from the situation in Guyana. They didn't want to face with the situation. Some of them took their family members and friends and concubines out with them. And some of them remained there until after the 3rd so that they could keep sporting. But they're using this sideline job and meeting and so forth. What's the sense then that you have diplomats, foreign diplomats and these things? What's the sense that you have advisors that would have been able to brief these people during the process? But no, it's kind of like you wait until wedding house day to go and meet your in-laws. And you didn't do anything to find out who your in-laws are. Suppose you run into people like Roderick as your in-law, people like Dwayne Johnson as your in-law, and Alicia and so forth. You want to know ahead of time, or even Francine or Wayne, or even you run into somebody like me as your in-law. You want to know ahead of time, mind you. So these guys think that Guyanese are pakus, and that when they talk, that they are the only sensible individuals they have. They are clowns. They're worse than clowns. And if you listen to this guy, Jack Deere, you understand why he is nothing more but a clown.
So to exacerbate tensions on the ground. So we will act in a manner consistent with the ruling of the ICJ and consistent with our diplomacy and national strategy.
There's no strategy.
So we pointed out that Maduro
was miscalculating. We believe the referendum was
Oh,
his
Jesus
first
Christ. If cost of living
miscalculation.
double, I don't know what happened.
That
A
somehow
pound of
he
sugar's
thought
$300 already.
that
Flour,
it can
everything
help
gone
to
up.
enhance
Everything just
his
raising.
electoral
You gotta give a
prospects.
$40,000 for buy
So
good
the
ration.
campaign
You gotta get.
You could probably,
wildly,
on the
had a
maritime area,
robust national
give Venezuela a channel out to
on an
the sea.
issue
So you make a
where
slight concession
Venezuelans
in
for
the
over
maritime
50
area.
years have been taught in schools that their Essequibo belongs to them. And then he got a dismal, a horrific for him result. Because the electoral council in Venezuela
All right, guys, we certainly have better things to do. Lyson came about this time around. He's very cautious. You could tell he's subdued. You could tell that he's not his usual self. It's not normal watching him like that. It's boring, especially when he's lying and lying and lying and lying and lying and lying to the nation. Lying and lying. I noticed Ms. Richards is asking, why isn't there a press conference by the installed PACU president, the installed PACU president? Guys, we've just got to go eat find something to eat now, because we are just out definitely. Don't have much time to waste. Let him go to newsroom or somewhere else, propaganda platform, so that they can do their thing there. But for now, I've got to go. I've really got to go. Enough of that. But here's what's happening. Still no word on what has happened to these guys as yet, and whether they got to the site or not. We are not sure at this point in time. But as soon as we get some accurate information for you, you will be hearing from us right here on 107.1 FM. Don't fall for propaganda. Don't share propaganda. Wait until official real news is out from real individuals. And I do really mean it, real individuals. But for now, I'm out of here. God bless you. And let's keep hope alive and hope that there can be some positive news on this, the outcome of this situation with the helicopter that, according to the GDF, is said to have crashed. And they are in the process of getting to the area. Let's hope that the weather condition is conducive for this search team to land carefully and safely, and also ensure that they rescue these guys. Keep hope alive, guys. We've got to go. See you later. Tata. God bless you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. If cost of living double, I don't know what happened. A pound of sugar is $300 already. Flour, everything gone up. Everything just raising. You gotta give a $40,000 for buy good ration. You gotta get 3 man now. A weekend man, a monthly man, and a fortnight man.
You could probably, on the maritime area, give Venezuela a channel out to the sea. So you make a slight concession in the maritime area